Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Sound. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Sound. They must have fixed the bug now. Sound bug. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Sound.
And that's the sort of result that we're seeing because of the decisions that he made under the stress.
So is it a mistake for him to say, I'll change?
Well, it's times are changing, as he said in his quote. So as we come out of the pandemic and things will open back up, he will need to take a different leadership approach. And I think that's what he's saying.
I like a leader. I like a leader who stands their ground and maybe is a bit of a, what's the word I can use that's nice on radio?
Bulldog.
Bulldog, yes, thank you. Maybe a bulldog is okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's worked for him to make these tough decisions. So you're right when you say he's been a strong leader.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake. Let me know what you think, 133 because I do think it's a mistake for the PM to, Jennifer, you know this, there are so many spin doctors and so many experts around the two candidates that it's very easy to get trapped into thinking you have to change who and what you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, earlier this week we saw in the third debate, we saw him, the Prime Minister, use the term loose unit a lot when it came to Anthony Albanese. And he mentioned it so often that it was, it was clear to me at least that it had obviously come up in a focus group and it was one of those keywords that he needed to keep using and he dropped it all day long. I think that he's becoming quite reactive to the polling, which is interesting because last time the polling didn't really work out. It wasn't actually completely accurate. There was a bit of a margin for error and it absolutely took that margin. It's fascinating to see the politicians react so strongly to that polling this time, in particularly the Prime Minister. I'm a little bit like you. I'm surprised that he came out with it. I'm surprised that we didn't see. We also saw that admission that he was a bulldozer, and certainly in some circumstances in the past, terms that he's had, there wasn't really the case for a bulldozer in there. You know, when it came to difficulties with women in Parliament House, there wasn't really the need for a bulldozer there. So that's an interesting admission in that sort of context as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me move over to this story. We know the ambulance ramping crisis is one of the biggest scandals or biggest issues facing the Palaszczuk government. But instead of fixing the problem, it looks like officials are looking for ways to make ramping statistics look better by changing the methodology used. A Nine News report this week revealed that instead of the clock starting when the ambulance pulled up to the emergency department, it would only begin when the patient was seen by a triage nurse. I want you both to have a listen to part of Tim Arvia's report.
In emails obtained by Nine News, ambulance officials discussed pressure from Queensland hospitals to change how the lost time per patient measure is recorded. An ambulance official stating about the change, "I think this wouldn't be an accurate reflection of the situation, but Nick from Queensland Health would like to have this pushed." The ambulance commissioner replying, "I just hope we are not looking for ways to reframe the impacts, as they are very real for QAS." Also saying one suggested change would potentially result in a reduction between 60 to 120 hours per day. This can't be seen as an improvement, rather just a different capture method.
Councillor James Mackay, isn't this the problem, that instead of finding solutions, we're looking for avoidance and ways to sweep the problem under the carpet?
Yeah, this ramping problem is just, as you said at the beginning, and I think you misspoke, but I agree, it is a scandal. It's disgraceful that there are ambulances sitting on hospital ramps that aren't able to go to heart attacks and other emergencies. And I saw on Channel 9 that a man died because an ambulance could not get to him, and that is appalling. And I think the wait time at the Redlands Hospital is something like 54 minutes or something like that for an ambulance. That is appalling.
Well, Jennifer, it's appalling on many grounds.
I saw on Channel 9 that a man died because an ambulance could not get to him, and that is appalling.
To look better on paper, you'd still get all of these cases of people waiting for ambulances who, don't get access to.
I think the wait time at the Redlands Hospital is like 54 minutes, something like that for an ambulance. That is appalling.
Well, Jennifer, it's appalling on many grounds.
I saw on Channel 9 that a man died because an ambulance could not get to him, and that is appalling.
Virus, and by the reaction to that, there's still a lot of cases in the community, and some cases do end up in hospital. However, I think that we have to accept, everyone's just telling us to accept the new normal. Well, the new normal involves making sure that people can get ambulances when they absolutely need them. And so the root causes needed to be addressed, and this sort of operation was just outrageous.
Oh, look, I have to agree 100% on that. And as I say, the fact that Yvette D'Arth admitted discussions were going on about changing reporting methods just speaks volumes about a lack of transparency that we get from this government. I've got time to take your calls. We've got Mark from North Lakes on the line. Hello, Mark. Oh, sorry, I don't have Mark there. We'll find you in a moment, Mark. In the meantime, guys, nicknames. Okay, so I was talking to James in the studio just before he came in and talking about the fact, and I've said it here earlier today, that I was a Robert until I went to university, then I became a Rob, and people decide to give you their own nicknames. We heard Mark Levy earlier call me Robbie. Very few people call me Robbie. He can get away with it. But I will not answer to Bert or Bob. I'm not a Bob or a Bert. James, is there any nicknames you've been thrown that you will not answer to or that you like?
I take any variation of James except for Jamie. I can't stomach Jamie. but most people call me either Jimmy or Macca, depending. Football and army would be Macca, and then just generally is Jimmy.
Right. What about you, Jennifer? At the Courier Mail, do you get some nicknames?
I've had a lot. Anyone who calls me Jenny, I definitely went to primary school with them. Anyone calls me Jen and Abal, then that's from like high school onwards. And then at work, I'm JDN. I used to be Ducky for some reason, Ducky Dudley. I don't know how that came about really. Scoops was there for a while, although I'm not really sure if that was a good or a bad thing.
No, Scoops is good. Did you get the scoop?
Well, exactly. Unless it's you own a dog, for example. I think if you have a name in Australia, it's probably been shortened at some point. I don't think that anyone really escapes.
Oh, I agree, and you will get that name whether you like it or not. And I am a classic user of the term big fella. G'day, big fella, how are you? And it's usually because of my vagueness. So, James, big fella, thanks for joining us today on the Super.
Robbo.
Oh, Robbo, that's another one. Mate, I really appreciate you coming in. So good luck on the with all the. Well, you're in the world of elections, and so are you campaigning at the moment?
I am. I'm out in Indooroopilly. Yeah, it's going well.
Oh, good. And Jennifer, we look forward to more scoops from you on the daily, in the Courier Mail.
Yeah, me too. I'll be fascinated to watch the next week.
Come on, Scoop. It's in your hands.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take your calls straight after this. Your call's coming up. It's 10 minutes to 1.
Traffic. Listen to Afternoons with Sophie Formica, weekdays from midday on 4BC.
There's been an accident on Stanley Street westbound just before Annerley Road and Woolloongabba. That breakdown on the William Jolly Bridge in the city is being cleared. Still some congestion. Honor Avenue and Oxley Road are heavy northbound through Chelmer, as is Coonan Street northbound through Indooroopilly. Centenary Highway slow northbound from Darra to Jindalee. M1 slow northbound through Slacks Creek. Southbound delays on the M1 from Coomera down to Mollendina. I'm Peter Gooch on Brisbane's traffic leader, 882 4BC.
Treasury Brisbane is giving members an even bigger bite of the action. Delicious members-only lunch and dinner specials for just $14.90 until May 31. Savour a rib fillet steak with chips and salad from Kitchen at Treasury. The awesome flavours of Szechuan Kung Pao prawns with lychee black tea from Mayway. And delicious wok toss chicken stir-fry from Fat Noodle. Not a member? It's free and easy to join. Visit treasurybrisbane.com.au. T's and C's apply. Over 18s only. Bet with your head, not over it.
Dan Murphy's May catalogue is out now. Shop unbeatable catalogue offers in store or on the Dan Murphy's app today. But hurry, offers end Wednesday, May 25. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Dan Murphy's.
Do you know what to do if you can't make it on election day? You may be able to vote at an early voting centre or apply for a postal vote. The federal election will be held on Saturday the 21st of May. All Australian citizens aged 18 years and over must vote. COVID-19 safety measures will be in place. Your vote will help shape Australia. To check early voting options and eligibility or to find your nearest polling place, go to aec.gov.au. Authorised by the Electoral Commission of Canberra.
Want to get recycling rich? Win a share of 250 grand when you return bottles, cartons and cans at any Containers for Change refund point in Queensland. There's $1,000 up for grabs every day, and one lucky person scores a cool 50k. So head to getrecyclingrich.com.au to find out how you could get recycling rich. See website for T's and C's.
Great stories start with a tank of mobile quality fuel from 7-Eleven. And today we have a story like no other. An edge of your seat, blink and you'll miss a terrific tale. So settle in.
I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year using my 7-Eleven's fuel price lock.
What a story. The highs, the lows, the savings. Download the My 7-Eleven app, lock in our best local fuel price and get your story off to the best start.
Savings not guaranteed. Depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
Explore Europe on a 15-day Viking all-inclusive river cruise. Sail through 4 countries. Visit 13 historic cities on a Viking longship with everything you need. All meals with premium wines and beer, unlimited specialty coffees and teas, 12 excursions and free Wi-Fi. And you only need to unpack once. 15 days in Europe for only $3,995 per person. Hurry, this limited offer won't last. Visit Viking.com or see your Viking agent for details.
After years of research and development, Spinalese has released the most amazing mattress ever. One button controls the firmness perfectly. See it now at spinalese.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au.
Made in Brisbane for Brisbane. You're listening to Spencer Howson on 882 4BC.
Rob McKnight here and Mark from North Lakes. You hung on the line. I haven't got long, mate. What did you want to say about Scott Morrison?
Mate, I just wanted to say that, I vote both ways. I'm a swinging voter, but we've been through a very tough time over the past few years, and a lot of people have had it tough. And I think that's going to be reflected at the polls, despite how well, nationally we've handled the situation. The fact that Scott Morrison says he's going to handle, what's coming up in the future different than the pandemic is no different to any manager in any situation when they're faced with what's in front of them. If you're faced with a crisis, you deal with it in a forward and decisive manner. If you don't have a crisis in front of you and it's management as usual, then you back down a little bit. So I really don't see the issue here.
Good on you, Mark. It's a very fair comment. Appreciate your comment. It's 5 minutes to 1. We'll be right back.
If you missed it, you'll find it at 4bc.com.au. Log on now and catch up on the shows and highlights from your favourite presenters. Hear the best bits from Neil Breen, Ray Hadley, Sophie Formica, Scott Emerson, John Stanley, Bill McDonald and Spencer Howson. Need a news fix? Click on the latest news tab. Plus, you can listen to and watch 4BC Live. Get more of 882 4BC at 4bc.com.au.
It's value the Australian way at Coles with great fresh specials this week. Like creamy Hass avocados, 100% Aussie and just $1.70 each. This week at Coles. Offer ends Thursday.
At Harvey Norman, get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, computers and technology, TVs and entertainment, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Now at Harvey Norman.
This is our test subject, a savings sleeper. No! Oh, what happened?
I showed him his insurance premium. It's up over 25%.
No! Do something, Sergey!
I've compared and found him a better deal. Cheers. Sorry about the mess.
That's okay. Sergey will clean it up.
Hey!
Compare and save on your insurance renewal with Compare the Market. It pays to compare. Simples.
Visit our website for information about the range of brands and products we compare.
Progress has been made to connect Australia's healthcare system. Now everyone can choose to get an electronic prescription, have a consultation with a doctor from home, and use My Health Record to view your COVID-19 dashboard, including boosters and test results. And there's more to come, connecting Australia to a healthier future and you to better healthcare. Find out more at digitalhealth.gov.au.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra. Spoken by Dr. Andrew Rochford.
For 3 generations, Vicente Premium Aged Care has been looking after Brisbane families. We're still locally owned and operated, with a strong belief in personal care and attention. We treat our residents with warmth and respect, so they can feel connected, content and comfortable. When you choose Vicente for your family, we welcome you into our family. Feels like home. Vicente.com.au.
Introducing the bold Renault Koleos Black Edition, featuring gloss black exterior styling, blacked out 19-inch alloy wheels, roof rails and more, from just 42,000 drive away. Visit your local dealer to test drive today.
You're listening to Weekends with Spencer Howson on Brisbane's 4BC.
Rob McKnight here, filling in for Spencer Howson, and thank you for all the feedback and phone calls today. Warren has sent in a text saying, let listeners know that fuel is going up to $2.20. It's time to fill up. Thank you, Warren, for that bit of information. And Troy Spro says, will Spency start trending, Robert? I hope so. When you talk to Spencer next week, team, you've got to call him Spency. That's all the time I have for today. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, where we will reveal the nominees for the 2022 TV Week Awards. I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. right here on 4BC Weekends.
Now is the time to consider your next chapter. When you make the move to Ingenia Lifestyle Bethania, you'll discover the lifestyle you've always wanted. With the burdens of day-to-day grind left behind, you'll discover a new sense of freedom and independence in a beautifully designed, low-maintenance home in a community of like-minded friends. With the final stage of homes now selling, it may be your last chance to secure a home in this vibrant and friendly community. Visit liveinbethania.com.au.
From Ipswich to the Bay, from desert to briny, this is 4BC. Brisbane's 882 4BC.
In this bulletin, heavy rain triggers river flooding, calls to raise job seeker, and Russia accused of weaponising hunger. It's 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, I'm Jess Ambler. Parts of the southeast are bracing for flooding following days of heavy rain. Moderate flooding is occurring along the Brisbane River and Mary River in Gympie and is expected to rise past 5 metres today in the Fraser Coast region. Mayor George Seymour says the community is well prepared for that to happen.
This is our third flood for the year. The first one was almost 10 metres, the next one was 10.3, and we expect this one to be about 5.5. So it's a minor flood compared to what we've already experienced in 2022. So we're well prepared. The community is well prepared about what can happen.
Meantime, the Weather Bureau is forecasting conditions will start to ease and are expecting only moderate falls across the region. Up to 20 millimetres is expected in most areas, with the risk of heavy falls in isolated areas. Emergency Services Minister Mark Ryan has urged people not to take any chances.
Please keep your kids out of rivers and creeks. All beaches are closed in southeast Queensland, so there's no reason to be going to the beach because there is some dangerous surf conditions predicted and possible coastal erosion.
There's been a remarkable rescue in the state's far north overnight after a car washed off a flooded causeway. Paramedics on board a rescue helicopter managed to winch 3 occupants out of the vehicle. Apart from being cold and shaken, the trio were uninjured. Liberal frontbencher Peter Dutton has rejected claims the party has left its election launch too late. The Liberal launch will be held tomorrow in Brisbane, but 12% of eligible Australians have already cast their vote. Mr. Dutton says the event plays a different role, rallying the troops to push on in the final stages on the election campaign.
The modern launch now is almost sort of a wrap-up in the sense that historically it has been the beginning of the campaign and it's sort of drifted closer towards the end of the campaign. The reality is that the Prime Minister and the ministers are making announcements during the course of the campaign.
A new national poll highlights that the job seeker payment is not enough for people doing it tough. More than 3/4 of respondents say they cannot live on $46 a day and want to see the rate increased. ACOS Acting Chief Executive Edwina McDonald says everybody is feeling the rising cost of living and people want the federal government to act.
If you're living on $46 a day to be able to afford food, medicine, house overview, petrol in the car, it's just simply impossible.
And Russia is being accused of using hunger as a weapon in its invasion of Ukraine. Germany's foreign minister says Moscow is blocking wheat exports from Ukraine. Aliana Baerbock says President Putin is worsening global food prices.
The hybrid war is not only by tanks and air missiles, not only with fake news and propaganda, but also it's a food war, which we can see around the world already.
Sport. Join Neil Breen for breakfast weekdays from 5:30 on 4BC.
The Gold Coast Titans are hoping to break their 5-game losing streak when they come head-to-head against the St George Illawarra Dragons later today. Gold Coast winger Jermaine Asako says his team must bounce back from their recent slump.
The last couple of weeks we probably haven't been playing, our best footy, and I think we need a lift in all areas of our footy. I think this week we've just focused on simplifying everything, getting back to just running hard and tackling hard.
The Titans are just 2 wins from 9 and 15th on the NRL ladder. Manly prop Toa Fofo Sipley has been hit with a first-grade dangerous contact charge in the Seagulls' 38-0 loss to the Broncos. UFC featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski is preparing for his trilogy fight against Max Holloway. Alexander the Great has overcome Holloway twice before and says he'll do it again.
I don't mind the dude, but I mean, I think he loses a lot of stock. His name won't be getting thrown around these conversations that they're getting thrown around right now. So I think this is a big risk for him. People are still trying to throw his name out there in the GO conversations, and they're trying to act like he got better from his last time. All that. So you know what I mean? I'll go out there and I'll take him out.
That audio courtesy of Fox Sports. It's 1:04. That's the latest news and sport.
Times have changed, and now your business is changing too. With an EFTPOS terminal that gets you paid faster, no matter where you're selling, Zeller is smarter payments for growing businesses. With simple setup, lower rates, reliable uptime, no lock-in contracts, and fast deposits, Zeller helps your business grow. For smarter business payments, make the switch to Zeller. Available at Officeworks stores and at myzeller.com.
Traffic from Ipswich to the Bay, Beaudesert to Bridie. This is 4BC.
Riverside Expressway is on the brakes inbound from Woolloongabba round to the go-between bridge, Honour Avenue and Oxley Road. A heavy northbound through Chelmer, as is Coonan Street northbound through Indooroopilly. Centenary Highway slow northbound from Darra to Jindalee. The M1 slow northbound through Slacks Creek. Southbound delays on the M1 from Coomera down to Mollendina. Warrego Highway is now reopened in both directions between Brisbane and Toowoomba, as has the Brisbane Valley Highway 2S. I'm Peter Gooch on Brisbane's traffic leader, 4BC.
Mable is a website where people with disability and older Aussies can connect with people offering care and support services. If you're thinking about a career change, now's a great time to sign up. As independent support worker Holly explains.
Working independently through Mable allows me the opportunity to select my own clients at my own hours, at my own wage, and I love every day with Mable.
So, for a rewarding career in support work, sign up at mable.com.au today.
May 20 is World Bee Day, and this year you can do something easy and fun to celebrate. You can plant 3 for the bees. Bees really need our help, and that's why Bee Day Australia asked you to plant 3 for the bees. It's all about playing an active role in supporting your local bees and the environment, because without them, we would be doomed. So simply order your seeds online and have them delivered to your door. Come on and help us out for World Bee Day. Go to beedayaustralia.org.au and click Plant 3 for the Bees now.
Weather. Listen to Afternoons with Sophie Formica. Weekdays from midday on 4BC.
Rain in Brisbane reaching a top of 23 degrees, getting down to 21 overnight. Looking ahead, showers tomorrow and Monday, tops of 27. A shower or 2 on Tuesday, 26. Possible shower Wednesday, 26. On the bay, winds reaching up to 25 knots, seas up to 2 metres. Currently it's 22 degrees at Wynnum, and there'll be more news at 2 on your news leader at 82 4BC.
Now, live, right across Australia, the Continuous Call team.
Skill, footwork, dancing, and in the end, a magnificent dive and exploiting the slippery field scores a wonderful try.
With Mark Levy, Daryl Broman, Paul Gallen, and Shane Flanagan.
Injuries, people have suffered doing, basic things. Jesse's listening to the program. He says, "Hi boys, a mate of mine was on his honeymoon and his wife got a little overexcited. The bed was 2 singles pushed together and they separated, crashing to the floor. He ended up with medics attending in a trip to hospital."
That's very unusual there, because since she got overexcited, that's a very unusual on a honeymoon. I think so. Well, I might have was.
Live sport and laughter right across your weekend.
What do you think should happen to the famous mural at Cronulla? I say move it to Shark Park. The Sharks have got plenty now with all of this development. If it's going to cost them anything, just pull the bricks down and put it up at Shark Park. The Shannon Knoll got a mural.
Shannon Knoll's got one down in Cronulla where the old bar was. There was a where the backpackers. Yeah, the old Mexican joint. Yeah, so behind that is... Was it good? I've never been there. No, it was good. I'm a bit old for backpackers. That's not bad. You know what disappointed me about that? Why I didn't go in there? Backpackers don't know who I am. Really? That's a shame, Darryl.
The Continuous Call team. Thanks to McDonald's, Harvey Norman, Pilot, Catch Fitness, Ram Trucks, Gulf Western Oil, Lowe's, Ampol, and Network Building Supplies.
There's one here for you, Gal, from Shane at Budrum, who's a very clever man. He says, "I'm tipping Gal's kids will be paying board. In fact, he'll probably backdate it to when they turn 1, except for the favourite, of course, from Shane."
The favourite will be okay. She'll be fine. But as you guys know, my son had a job he was getting paid $100 a week to go and water lawns. So he would have been 8 or 9 at the time, $100 a week to water lawns. A few times he would forget to go, so he needed me to drive him there.
If it's true to form though, Gal, they'll be paying it from the time they're in the womb.
Yes, well, so they should be. But anyway, so I would drive him there, okay, and then when you get paid, I'd say, mate, you got to give me $10 for that. You go, why? I said, because I drove you there. So I think you're a disgrace.
That's not fair. I'll give you, my old man made me race one of his mates when I was 7 years old for $50 and I beat him and he didn't give me any of it. I was spewing.
And now on 2GB Sydney, 4BC Brisbane and network stations across Australia, it's time for the Continuous Call Team.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Continuous Call Team as we enjoy a festival of footy at Suncorp Stadium. 150,000 people to fill the grandstands over 3 days to watch 8 games of Rugby League. Magic Round, one of the highlights on the Rugby League calendar. The only drama at the moment is the wet weather, with southeast Queensland being inundated with rain over the last few days, and they are forecasting it to continue. All eyes on the playing surface at the moment, and at this stage it seems to be holding up pretty well. Just on Magic Round, there's been plenty of speculation this week about its future, and I think it belongs in Brisbane, with the Queensland government locking it in for another 2 years. Peter V'landys is also floating the idea of having another one. There's a push to play it at the new Sydney Football Stadium, and I've received a few emails this week from listeners saying, why not take to New Zealand as a thank you to the Kiwis for the sacrifices they've made over the last 2 years to continue a 16-team competition. The NRL boss Andrew Abdo will join us in the second hour of the program, and we'll find out what he thinks about the idea. And I also want to applaud him for his zero-tolerance approach to these people who feel the need to go to the footy and start throwing punches. The opening night of Magic Round was overshadowed by a wild brawl in the Western Grandstand, and I'm sure you've seen the vision doing the rounds on social media. We don't want these people at footy games, and Mr Abdo is promising to ban them from NRL games into the future. Newcastle kicked things off last night with a drought-breaking 16-6 win over Canterbury as the Knights ended a 7-game losing streak, and Adam Reynolds yet again guiding Brisbane to a 4th straight victory. The Broncos thumping Manly by 38 points to 0. Selwyn Cobbo, he's emerged as a potential debutant for Queensland in the Origin Series after the 19-year-old bagged another hat-trick of tries. And more drama for New South Wales with Tom Trbojevic limping through the game with that heavily strapped knee. 3 games today, Warriors in South Sydney from 3 o'clock. David Morrow will be along to broadcast Gold Coast in St George Illawarra at 5:30. And then there's the big top-of-the-table clash between Melbourne and Penrith at 7:45. And as you probably heard this morning, the Panthers coach Ivan Cleary will miss tonight's match due to medical reasons. He's been dealing with an ongoing knee infection and underwent a second surgery on his knee this week. So hopefully Ivan's going to be okay and back on deck sooner rather than later. As always, love to hear from you. Our number 131873. You can shoot through an email via the websites, where you click onto the feedback icon, and the text line up and running. The number to use 0460 873 873. And as we did last week, our man Graham from GDK Signs and Graphics has produced some 2GB and 4BC Buckle Up with the Continuous Call Team bumper stickers, which are proving extremely popular. So if you ring through this afternoon and get to air, we'll be sending you one of those stickers to put on the car. And I know Daryl Broman is proudly displaying his bumper sticker on the back of his SUV, and the big man standing by to deliver plenty of gold this afternoon. Big man, good afternoon to you.
Levy, good afternoon to you. Shane, my friend Flanagan, and Gal, my friend over there, even though, you know what, my friendship is still strong with you, Gal, even though you lost the other night. So, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to all our listeners. Hopefully we've got a great day in store for us all. Congratulations to the Knights and Broncos on a... Well, I must admit, I didn't get a close look at the Knights game, but that's a nice win for them. They've made a good run. I think they won their first 2, then lost 7 and then won last night. So the Bulldogs, I don't know where they go. I mean, it's just a constant story. Whoever loses, the coach is under pressure. So that's the case, probably not at the Sea Eagles, but certainly at the Bulldogs. It is. The Broncos last night on the back of another wonderful performance from Adam Reynolds. And they've got, I'll tell you, they've got a really solid forward pack. They've got a lot of big, good young back rowers. They've got a heap of them. In fact, I'm going to use it again. Plethora. A plethora. They've got a plethora of good, big back rowers, and they are invaluable for them. They were really, really good last night. They've won 4 in a row. That's not easy to do in this competition. And I think they're now stamping themselves as certainly semi-final contenders. I still don't think they can win the big one, but they could end up in the 4. They're a very good side. If Reynolds stays fit and playing the way he is, they are a good side. They're going to create a few more dramas for a lot of good sides, I reckon, as the season goes on. But looking forward to today. Magic Round. I've actually got a vision here of the ground at Suncorp. It is raining there. I think it's raining. Only lightly. But the ground looks remarkable.
Yeah.
They've done a great job overnight. It chopped up a little bit last night, but in general, it looks fantastic.
Well, I've got a message here from Mark Levy, just on the train on the way to Magic Round, looking great. Dry as a bone weather here at the moment.
I'm having a look at the script. Where's the rain?
Did you see the bloke at the bottom right? What's that umbrella?
And I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other blokes standing with no umbrellas.
Look there, you imbecile.
I can see 6. I can
see
see
drops coming down
1,
here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blokes with no umbrellas. One person with someone.
Because they're out doing stuff on the field, those blokes.
What, them 2 blokes there holding the footy?
Tell me it's rain, not bring me up 131873 with Mr. Mears, who would argue with them.
Why do you want people to ring up when it's right in front of us on the screen? It's not raining.
Well, why has that imbo got an umbrella up?
He's protecting the electrical equipment.
So this is what I've got to deal with.
Oh, don't look to Pierce on the adjoining studio.
Play that punch button.
I'll give you 3 in a minute.
It could be raining.
All right, you know what? Let's settle the score. If you're in and around Suncorp Stadium, is it raining at the moment? 131873, the number. Mark says it's not raining heavy enough to get soaked, but just enough to make it miserable.
So it's raining.
Magic Round Brisbane, Grand Final Sydney. Make something up for Melbourne and New Zealand so we can make it a celebration of the NRL. Thanks, Mark. Enjoy Magic Round this afternoon. Well, Paul Gallen's one of the toughest blokes I know, especially after watching him on Wednesday night. 10 rounds. It was a brutal war, wasn't it? And he's backing up the continuous call team duties. G-Train, good afternoon.
Hey, boys. Good afternoon, boys. Yeah, I'm back, boys, and I can't wait to be here today and enjoy the games, take my mind off everything. It's going to be good fun today. I haven't got a lot of input for the rugby league. I seriously reckon I slept for 14 hours last night. I went home. I watched the back end of the Doggies and the Newcastle game, and then I wanted to watch the main game, and I fell asleep and woke up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Was that all because of the fight?
Probably. I was probably a couple of days emotionally drained, so I just, took it easy last night. Took the family out for dinner. Actually went for dinner, went down the mall and got some ice cream down there, and just went home. I just fell asleep. I was buggered.
How have you pulled up, G-Train? You all right?
Oh, mate, the fight. Nothing happened in the fight. We didn't think it was going to happen. We knew he was going to be. I said in the lead up to it, he's going to be fast. He's a better boxer than me. He's going to be faster than me. He's obviously younger. We knew the first 5 rounds would go that way, but we were hoping 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 I'd come home and knock him out. And yeah, probably 6, 7, 8 didn't go the way I quite wanted it to. I just felt I couldn't go to the level I needed to. And I said in the fight, for the first time in my life, I actually felt old and just couldn't get to where I wanted to get to. And then you look at round 9, I was probably 20 seconds away from finishing the fight, and I'm sitting here on top of the world, but it wasn't to be. It was good enough to hold on and spoil the fight, and he did what he had to do. Then round 10, obviously, he did exactly what he had to do. People were complaining about it and booing about it. My corner was blowing up, but I said, boys, forget about it. He did exactly what he had to do. It's a fight, He did what he won the previous rounds, and he knew that he just had to stay away from the last round, and he did it perfectly. He had enough energy to do it. I had no energy to chase him, and that's the way it ended up. So I got no bad blood or animosity towards him for what he did round 10, and he did exactly what he needed to do, and he got the win.
You've earned a lot of respect throughout the rugby league days and now throughout boxing, and you've given some of the younger boxers an opportunity to promote themselves on a grand stage like we saw on Wednesday night. I've got to say, Gal, in the last couple of days, everyone that knows you has said, what's he going to do? Is he going to continue on? And I'm sure plenty of our listeners want to know the answer to that question. Have you considered your future at this stage?
Yeah, look, I haven't considered at the moment or exactly what I'm going to do now. I mean, I said in the build-up to this fight, I don't have a lot left. This will be my certainly my last year of fighting. If I do fight again, maybe 1 or 2 more fights. But I did say throughout the build-up to that fight, if I was to get beaten in that fight, it would be hard to come back from. Well, I haven't made a decision yet. It's going to be hard to come back from. It's a tough sport. The thing about boxing is a lot of people think it'll set up on the night and fight. If it was that easy, I'd probably have another 1 or 2 fights and earn the money I'm earning. I would, but that's not what it's about. It's a good 6 to 8 weeks preparation of hard training, sparring throughout the week, putting your body through hell, putting your mind through hell. And I've done it to my family for over 20 years now. Close to 25 years I've been a professional athlete. It's been an amazing journey, an amazing ride. I've well exceeded my expectation for what I wanted to get out of sport. And it's probably going to come time I've got to put them first and put my health first, and it's probably not too far away, but I haven't made that decision yet.
All right, well, I can't think of anything better after 10 rounds of brutal boxing than to spend 5 hours with the continuous call team in the interactive studio.
100%. I'm looking forward to that. Take my mind off everything anyway and have some fun with new Jippers.
Good to see you, G Train.
Buckle up, boys. Buckle up.
If you want to talk to Paul and the team, 131873 the number, and if you can tell us whether it's raining at Suncorp Stadium, you can let us know as well. Shane Flanagan is here, fresh from list managing in Brisbane this week. I'm actually going to start calling Coach Flanagan the United Nations of Rugby League because he's got a few clubs. He's also got a few nations. He's the head coach of Macedonia, and this week was announced as the assistant coach of Papua New Guinea.
No, I'm not the assistant. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not the assistant coach.
Afternoon, Flano.
I'm not the assistant coach of PNG. I'm the coaching director, Daryl.
What does that mean?
Well, they've appointed a young coach that actually hasn't coached at NRL level or even coached PNG. He's the assistant coach to the Kumals up in the Q Cup, and he's going to need a hand. They've got a test match against Fiji coming up soon, and then a World Cup over in the UK. So I'm just going to help him, in his first couple of games and make sure all the staff and all the players are heading in the right direction because, they want to make the quarterfinals in the World Cup and they're in a pretty tough pool. They've got Tonga, France, Cook Islands and maybe one other, I can't remember, but they've got a pretty tough pool but they'll have a good football team as well. But Mark, I'm just sharing the love to all these nations.
Shane, do you know I'm
United Nations, we're calling you.
I actually have some Kumul in me.
Yes.
So let me tell you how. So obviously,
you might have a comeback.
Played against the Kumals plenty of times in my career, and I remember playing them one day at Parramatta Stadium for Australia. We weren't going that well against them, and Tim Sheens at halftime said something like, "Boys, you can't try and smash them. They're all like Gal. Gal's the white Kumul. You call me the white Kumul." And it turns out after that, my sister married a guy named Kevin Pryor. Kevin Pryor, played against Kevin Pryor. He played for Papua New Guinea in the 2008 World Cup. So I've got Kumulimi.
No, you haven't.
You're an idiot. Well, my sister does.
You're a goose.
Well, my sister does.
Hang on. Gal, you've got 4 beautiful children.
Mate, he's had a few head knocks this week. Just give him some
The family has a bit of Kumul in us. There you go.
Mate, do you understand what it means to have a different blood in you? Like, for instance, I'm half Scottish and I'm half Maltese. Yeah. That's because my father was born in Scotland and my mother was born in Malta.
Okay,
just because your sister marries a bloke who's from Papua New Guinea doesn't mean you've got Kumul in you.
Well, I'm claiming it. I'm claiming it. Maybe I can help out the Kumals as well.
Yeah.
for a fee. For a fee.
Now, Flano, you're at the footy last night. What do you think of the 2 games?
Firstly, I think, just around Brisbane, the city, I didn't go to the pubs yesterday afternoon, but they were full walking to the ground. All the pubs were full. There was a great feeling around the town. And then to get to the ground and, the first game, Bulldogs and Knights had 30,000 people, and it was a great atmosphere. Unfortunate for me and the family that Bulldogs couldn't get up, but they just made too many errors, and the Knights just sort of competed a little bit harder, and I thought Kalyn Ponga was probably the difference in that game. And then during the week, I went up to Newcastle for Gal's fight. It was a fantastic night, and Gal does need to be congratulated. Just as I think he's put boxing back on the map in Australia. All these obviously boxers getting the opportunity to fight on these cards and bring boxing back to where it probably should be. But what people don't understand is a lot of these boxers, and not actually Gal's opponent the other night, they're brought up from boxing their whole career. They haven't played rugby league for the last 20 or 30 years. Gal took it up a year or two ago, and then fought for the Australian Championship. So he's done a fantastic job. He's one of the toughest men I know. But it was a great night. He didn't get the job done, and as he explained, it was very, very close. But once again, that was a really good night. And as I said, whether he retires or not, I know.
Can I ask you this, Flano? Can I ask you this? You've known him, you've coached him, you know him a lot better than Daryl and I. Mm-hmm. And I said this to Gal on Thursday when I caught up with him for lunch. I said that was the first time throughout his career that to me he looked tired, and he looked like he was his age. You're, 40 now, Gal? 40 years of age. Yeah. Flano, would you like to see him hang up the gloves?
I just, I see his young family, and Gal touched on it. I go and watch him spar. In the lead up to fights, they're brutal. They're just as hard as a fight, and sometimes worse. And he's fighting bigger men. He's fighting numerous. He'll fight 4 different boxers, 2-minute rounds, one after another, where they're all fresh. And just to see the knocks and how hard that is, as I said, I won't be disappointed if he calls it quits. If he has one more fight, beautiful, I'll support him on that. But, yeah, we don't want him to have too many. He's had... Luckily in footy, I can't remember, and Gal will be able to tell us, I can't remember him getting... I know he's had some head knocks in football, but I can't remember him having a bad HIA all that time. I coached him 13 years. I think he was pretty lucky, and that's more about technique and, you know, knowing where the space is and knowing how to tackle and defend. Would I be right, Gal?
Yeah, I was never knocked down in rugby league ever. I had 2 concussion tests ever, and I didn't think I needed either of them, and I was fine throughout my whole rugby league career.
Just checking this chair that Shane's sitting on, that's the same one that David sits on. Must make you dribble a lot, does it?
The
went on
big
for about
man.
10 minutes.
Well, Mark asked me a question.
Big man, he just wants to argue with me. That's what he wants to do. He's sick of being nice, and he just wants to argue about something.
I've got to say this. I was a bit worried about the big man last night.
My basis.
Because,
What's he done?
well, you went and gave your guts for the Warilla Gorillas and made some money for obviously charity and helping their sporting organisation, their club, go along. But see, when he does these gigs on a Friday, he comes in on a Friday night and the voice is gone and he's tired. But you did give your guts and you were very impressive last night. And I just thought, there might be a little inkling of Daryl having a little sick day on a Saturday.
I can't recall the last day I had off. Probably last time when I had prostate cancer, I think.
Yeah, probably right,
Probably
yeah.
last time I had a couple of weeks off. But other than that, I've never had a day off, unlike other
Piggy.
teams.
Mate, is there a chance Piggy could turn up to a couple of days this year? Wouldn't that be nice?
Did Piggy have last night off?
No, he was there, but they had the Friday before off because his son was crook. So
He may as well have not been here. He said nothing.
we got a couple of words out of him. 131873 is the number. We're underway. Stack of text messages and calls coming through. Alex Lindell and Adrian stay there. We'll come back and have a chat to you next. And a reminder, we've got the limited edition 2GB and 4BC Buckle Up with the continuous call team bumper stickers to be won, and it's causing great concern in and amongst the team on the positioning of said bumper stickers.
Oh, it's a massive problem. Like last night, I revealed I've got mine. I put one on my bumper bar, which I think is a reasonable thing to do with a bumper sticker. I asked David, no. I asked you, Levy, no. And I asked Piggy, no. They're not putting them on their car at all.
I will be.
I will be. I left mine here last week, so I need to take one home, and I'm not going to put mine on the bumper. I'm going to put mine on the rear window.
They're called bumper stickers.
But mate, it's bumper. This is a word. It's like.
It's a word.
Yeah, but it's like.
You know what bumper sticker means? Bumper.
Yeah, but someone will bump into the bumper. No one's going to bump into the back windscreen.
Well, if they bump into the bumper, they might bump into the back windscreen.
Daryl, there's a reason why I will be putting it on my back window.
What?
Because I wanted it eye level of the driver behind me.
Well, let's get eye level stickers in instead of stupid bumper stickers. As Piggy said here, and I won't say the first 2 words he said, it's that low, Dean Ritchie and Peter Pasoldis are the only people who'll see it. I mean, and I said to him, this may surprise you, Mark, but it's called a bumper sticker. You put them on your bumper, and I'm the only one who's done it. None of you blokes have done it. Have you done it?
I'm going to put it on my rear windscreen.
I'm going.
I'm going to do it today.
So none of you have?
No.
Because I haven't got one. I left it here last week.
Busy, Daryl. I'll be doing it tonight.
But not the rest.
I'll be doing it tonight. 131873, the number. We'll take a quick break, come back and chat to you next about Magic Round and about all the other things happening in rugby league. We are the continuous call team.
Dan Murphy's May catalogue is out now. Shop unbeatable catalogue offers in store or on the Dan Murphy's app today. But hurry, offers end Wednesday, May 25. Choose to drink wise. Conditions apply. Dan Murphy's.
I'm Mel Thomas, founder of the Key Up Project. We're Australia's premier violence prevention and empowerment program for teens, teaching girls strategies to cope with violence in everyday situations.
To stand tall and turn around negative self-talk.
To protect and defend myself from unsafe people, situations, and relationships.
To be prepared, not scared.
We're closing the confidence gap and giving girls self-protection skills. Find out more about our workshops at keyupproject.com.au. KYUPproject.com.au.
Cars. We love them. From the 4x4 that takes you off-grid to the convertible sports model for long coastal drives. Or your pride and joy that you love tinkering on every weekend. Whatever car you love, eBay has everything you need to look after it. With Australia's widest range of car parts and accessories, all at great eBay prices, you'll find any car part you need, no matter what you're looking for. Find it, buy it, fix it on eBay. Everyone's a winner.
Hello, Ian Henschke from National Seniors Australia. Would you work if more than half your income was taken by the government? Well, that's what happens to pensioners if they want to work more than 1 day a week. If we let pensioners work, we'd help plug Australia's workforce shortage, struggling pensioners would be better off, and the country would benefit from more workers paying their fair share of tax. It's a win for pensioners, business and Australia. Sign our petition at nationalseniors.com.au.
Authorised by Ian Henschke, National Seniors Australia, Brisbane.
At Specsavers, we like seeing. We even like seeing into the future. Seriously. Our advanced OCT 3D eye scanner can help us see future eye problems. So book an eye test with a free OCT scan today. Should have gone to Specsavers.
The continuous call team, thanks to McDonald's. Get the McValue bundle today. All your favourites in one simple order for just $24.95. Available in-store, drive-through or delivery.
Daryl Broman, Paul Gallen, Shane Flanagan, Mark Levy, the continuous call team. To calls we go. Lyndall's at Dutton Park. G'day, Lyndall.
Hi, I'm just saying that Daryl is correct. It has been raining constantly since I got up to let the cat out at 5:30.
Yes, thank you, Lyndall. Well, Lyndall, I'm not sure. How far is Dutton Park from Suncorp?
About 3 kilometres.
Oh, there, not far. Well, we're looking at it now. And I'm going to get apologies from each and every one of these gibberish here.
Oh, I was with you.
Yeah, I don't think
you're not solid.
Look at the people on the sideline walk with no umbrellas. Not even worried about it. Not even worried. Mate, it's dripping off the awning. That's what it is. It drips.
Can you ask, Lyndall, could you just say what you said again?
She's 3 kilometres away.
Lyndall, thank you for the call. Adrian's at Suncorp Stadium. Hi, Adrian.
Hi, g'day, how are you?
Good, thanks, mate.
It's raining here. It's been raining constantly all day, all morning, and I'm right in Gippsland Terrace, which is right beside Suncorp Stadium, so yeah, it's been raining all the...
Watch out, you're going to get hammered by Gallen.
No, I'm just looking at all the people on the sideline with no umbrellas or no raincoats on, just standing in the rain.
What's that bloke?
Thank you, Adrian.
Thing on the left there.
Yeah, it's got a raincoat.
Just listen.
2,
not
3,
yellow, but
4,
it's
5,
clear.
6, 7, 8.
Just listen. You two gibberers over here, the elder members of the team. That's not rain that's falling. That's the water that's dripping off the different levels of the grandstand.
What's someone on top of the grandstand with a hose? It's raining on the roof.
Mate, it's the awning. It's dripping off the roof because the roof's at an angle. The roof can't hold the water, so it's at an angle. It's rolling down, and that's all it is. It's drips.
You should know this. You were a plumber.
Paul, you're a dribbler. You've got too many head knocks. It's raining there. Everyone's got raincoats on.
Man, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 people with no raincoats. 5
Just
people.
had 2 callers saying it's raining in Brisbane.
1 and 3 kilometres away.
Exactly. You know what they're called, Gal? Isolated showers at Suncorp Stadium. That's what they're called. 131873, the number. Thanks, Adrian. Stay there. Bumper sticker coming your way. Thanks to the continuous call team. 11-year-old Alex has phoned through on the Central Coast, wants to talk about the New South Wales Origin team. G'day, Alex.
Hey.
Hello, mate.
Well, I just wanted to say before, the nice final one.
They certainly did, mate.
They did.
Well, I just, it's been like when we go on the road, it's been like there was like 50 potholes in the road. The road it's been for the night.
It has been rough. They've lost their last 7, but they've finally they've broken the drought, so to speak, little buddy. Alex, we've got a few problems with the New South Wales Origin team. There's a few injuries, and Tom Trbojevic didn't look too good last night. Who would you like to see play for the Blues this year, mate?
At fullback, obviously, Teddy.
Tick.
Probably replacing Tom Trbojevic. I don't know if he's from New South Wales, but I was watching NRL 360 one day, and they said that Talakai might be a good replacement.
Yeah, he's
Talakai, he's New South Wales. Yeah, he can play for the Blues.
Yeah, so I think he's definitely an option.
To replace who? Trbojevic.
Tommy Sanders.
Turbo. And then probably the other centre for Latrell, I'd say Crichton, because like that Penrith combination.
Yeah, mate, you're a smart kid.
You're all over.
You are a smart kid.
Who else you got, mate? Are you going to play 5'8"? Luai? Luai,
yeah. And then Cleary, halfback.
What about who replaces Cam Murray? I don't think Cam Murray would have been the starting lock. I think it'll be Isaiah Yeo. But who do you think replaces Cam Murray?
Liam Martin, I reckon.
Liam Martin. Hey, Alex. Alex, mate, you're all over it. And
You're a smart kid.
You're 11 years of age. Well, mate, if you keep talking like that, you might do one of these blokes alongside me out of a job.
Can we send him a bumper sticker? Because he's going to get a car in about 7 years.
And I'll tell you what, though, he's putting I've got to give him one criticism. He's putting a red pen through a turbo pretty early.
Yeah, but you were asleep last night.
I was asleep, but
he's gone for a while, mate.
You reckon he's gone?
Yeah, he's gone for a while.
Alex, you stay there, mate. Thank you for the call. Keep following the greatest game of all, and thank you for tuning in. And we're going to send you one of those bumper stickers. You can tell Dad to put it on the back of his ute or his car, and you can tell everyone on the Central Coast you tune into the continuous call team. Good on you, mate. Thank you. What about the little drive by you? They can replace me. Is that right, Planner?
No.
You're very comfortable in your position on this team.
I was looking at Daryl and the chair spun around, and I just happened to stop
This
at you.
doesn't worry Flano because he's got about 8 other jobs.
How are you going to juggle your time out?
Oh, look at that. Look at someone's done that camera. Look at someone's done that camera.
Mate, look, there's an SMS here or a text from Gabe. Hi, Mark and team. I live 200 metres away from Suncorp. Is that close enough for you, Cal? And it's been raining / drizzling all day and hasn't stopped.
Well, Daryl, given we were talking about it 20 minutes ago, it wasn't raining 20 minutes ago. It may be raining now.
It's been raining all day.
I'm going to start calling you.
Look at Eagle Farm.
I'm going to start calling you David Murray. Never wrong. Never wrong you are.
But everyone said it's been raining all day in Brisbane.
131873, the number 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. Hi guys, bumper stickers were around when bumpers were chromed. Nowadays they are painted the colour of the car. Peel them off, there goes the paint, back window all the way, from Rob on the text line.
Yeah,
So
good man.
back window's
Good
the way to
boy,
go.
Rob. Well, if that's the case, let's change the name of them. Back window stickers.
Yeah, but that sounds boring. Bumper stickers is the way to go.
You can't have it both ways, Levy. They're either a bumper sticker where you put them on the bumper, or they're back window stickers where you put them on the back window. I'm Daryl Bowman, and I think that's sensible. Who's with me?
You're on your own,
mate.
You're on your own.
Andrew's with me.
He's not solid either.
Oh, mate, he's celebrating at the moment too, that little buddy out there.
Oh, Bailey, one of our producers, yes. Well, we told our listeners last week that one of our new producers, Bailey, he went down to the Corso at Manly with his potential girlfriend, and he was denied entry at this particular venue. She went in without him, and he waited out the front for an hour and a half.
That's not all right.
And he said to us the next day, he says, "Oh, but I went and dropped flowers round to their house the next day." I said, "She should be dropping you flowers for waiting out the front for an hour and a half." Anyway, I think they're officially an item.
You know what he said? The cleaner walked out while he had the flowers there. He's about 25-year-old bloke. Unbelievable, that cleaner.
Oh, Daryl. 131873, the number 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. Continuous call team on this Saturday. A break and back with more.
With IG, the world is yours to trade. When you see opportunity, you need access to a wide range of markets at your fingertips. That's why IG offers unparalleled access to over 13,000 shares and ETFs from Australia, US, UK and more, all on IG's intuitive trading platform. So if you see it, IG it. Visit IG.com to find out more. All trading involves risk. Issued by IG Australia, AFSL 515106.
1 in 3 Aussie men are living with obesity. But did you know that a 7% reduction in body fat can reduce your risk of developing diabetes by more than half? Pilot's Metabolic Reset program is a new way for men in Australia to manage their weight. New prescription medication paired with ongoing health coaching means you can get results that stick. It's 100% online and comes with a money-back guarantee. To find out if Pilot's Metabolic Reset is right for you, head to pilot.com.au today and get connected with a local doctor. Pilot, the Men's Health Toolkit.
Great stories start with a tank of noble quality fuel from 7-Eleven. And today we have a story like no other. An edge-of-your-seat, blink-and-you'll-miss-it terrific tale. So settle in.
I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year using my 7-Eleven's fuel price lock.
What a story. Highs, lows, the savings. Download the My 7-Eleven app, lock in our best local fuel price and get your story off to the best start.
Savings not guaranteed. Depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
At Harvey Norman, get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, computers and technology, TVs and entertainment, flooring and more. That's 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude with 60 approximately equal monthly payments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only available if you have or are approved for a participating Latitude credit card. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Now at Harvey Norman.
You're listening to the Continuous Call Team on 882 4BC. Thanks to McDonald's, Harvey Norman, Pilot, Ampol and Cash Fitness.
Just off the back of Alex's call on the open line, re the New South Wales Origin team, Tom Trbojevic last night, he was definitely not 100%. Flano, as a coach, are you surprised that he played the entire 80 minutes, given he looked busted?
Yeah, exactly. You know, there was in the first, just before half time, I think there was a try scored, and usually Tom would have got there in the corner, but he didn't want to push off that knee, and there was a couple of occasions that he half poked his nose through the line, and he would usually push through, and he just sort of surrendered in the tackle. It was really concerning for Tom and Manly, and I thought we wouldn't see him after half time, and he came back out there again. You know, whether he played it down himself to the coach and the medical staff, I'm not quite sure, but you know, with such a quality player like that, you can't risk it, like long-term injury. Say if he, injured himself, and we see so many times if you've got an injured knee, you can injure other parts of your body in the intensity of the game. So
Pappenhausen last week.
Yeah, so
I saw an interview from him this morning. He said that he had a few other bumps and bruises. Do you believe that, or you believe it's his knee?
No, it's just his knee was heavily strapped, Gal, and as I said, he didn't push through tackles. Usually he's so strong and he pulls through the other side of tackles, and he didn't do that last night. And yeah, he may have some other injuries, but I find that a bit hard to believe when he's had so much time off. He's been out, so he just needs some time out. I'm not quite sure how long it'll be, but without him, Manly struggle.
Yeah, we've got some problems, haven't we, Gal? The Blues, no Latrell, no Cam Murray, no Ryan Pappenhausen, and this question mark over Tom Trbojevic now.
Yeah, big question mark. I'll tell you what, I think there's some problems for Manly if the way they're going. I mean, I remember we did a Tuesday show at the start of the year, and I picked Manly to finish in the top 4, and I remember saying to you that, I said, I could honestly see Manly missing the top 8, let alone making the top 4 if Turbo doesn't fire. Because they were a one-man band last year. Now, I thought when he was out, they won a couple of games without him, and they were looking okay. But I'm starting to worry a little bit about them too, as in the top 8 side. But the Blues, look, we got plenty to pick from. There's still guys like Stephen Crichton, the young fella named before. He has never played before. Katoni Staggs is still there. So Burton hasn't played. Burton was centre of the year last year. Don't forget. Now he's gone and played 5'8". So we got plenty of options there, and some real quality players that can go in.
Well, let me share a few of these emails that are coming through. David in Wollongong, afternoon boys. Big pat on the back to Paul Gallen for his performance the other night and throughout his career. What an absolute warrior. Hopefully he recovers from the head knocks quickly, because ScoMo should get him on the campaign trail. And on that note, who's going to be in the tally room on election day, from David in Wollongong? Well, that's a very good question, David, and I might even nominate Paul Gallen to spend the day in the tally room.
I'll second that.
Well, Darryl, you've done many, many years in the tally room on election day.
Is the tally room at Channel 9?
No, so what we do, Gal, is we set up the other end of the corridor, we set up like an interactive studio, and we set up the computers, and where all the votes are coming in. You're talking to all the different political reporters around the country. So what we do is we do the show as normal, and I say, righto, Gal, run up the corridor to the tally room. You go up there, get some information, and give us a report. Who's in front?
Oh, right.
Who's going to win?
Yeah, we're not about to do that. I'll tell you what I'm a little bit upset about. I think the Thursday, the Friday night beforehand, the Channel 9 studio has been used as some sort of tally room. So now instead of being in the studio, I've got to go to Newcastle.
Well, mate, given
I'm going to drive to Newcastle.
Given
next week.
Given Saturday's a fairly big day for the country, I'm sure it won't matter if you drive to Newcastle. And Darryl, you usually call the election at, 10 minutes past 1, if track record's anything?
Yeah, well, I can tell you a couple of days before.
Oh, right, fair enough. 3187.
How's my mate ScoMo going to go?
Well, he'll win his seat.
I don't care about the seat. I want to know who's going to be the Prime Minister.
I don't know. The more longer
You just said
it goes,
you do know.
No, a day before.
Oh, okay.
But when he first got in, you know this better, Mark. When he first became Prime Minister, he was long odds end, and so well, obviously I'm a fan, so hopefully he gets through.
I think we all are on this show.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I like him. I think under the circumstances, he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, floods.
But I don't want to go into
Floods, fire, COVID.
Yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm not politically minded.
We'll hopefully catch up with the two leaders next Saturday on the show, Scott Morrison and Anthony Albanese. They'll be calling in to the Continuous Call Team, hopefully, if it fits in with their schedule. And I would like to think they'd want to talk to the #1 rugby league program in the country, given their South Sydney and Sharks #1 ticket holders.
Well, ScoMo will.
ScoMo will be on. We'll get him on.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
Patsy says, message for the big man. I received a video message on Friday saying hello, gave me a smile, and was just what I needed after moving away from home. Thanks, Darryl. It was really appreciated. Mead and Gordon listening right now, having a scotch and feeling fine. Thanks, guys. Go the Eels.
Patsy's in Jabberoo.
Patsy sent through a photo of her husband holding their little Maltese terrier.
What Scotch are they drinking?
I don't know.
Bit of black label stuff. Nice stuff.
Mate, have you had the blue label, Scott?
Beautiful.
How good
I'm not really. I'm a bourbon drinker. I'm a Scotch drinker.
Surprise. So is the answer no? You haven't had a blue label.
Paul, I'm surprised that you've even thinking about drinking Scotch or bourbon at the moment.
Why?
Oh, you've had a bit of a
week.
celebration.
Mate, I'm fine about 3 days to recover. I'm okay.
Well, I saw him on Thursday and he drank enough Jim Beam to keep him in operation for 10 years.
did not, but I was having lunch. That was it.
13187 the number.
Don't things change with Mel.
GP.com. Click onto the feedback icon. And one more here from Georgia. Guys, can I please congratulate Gal for his attitude to his loss in the ring? It is very refreshing to hear. No complaining, no blaming, just a general respect for his opponent. Hero gets thrown around way too much, but I wouldn't be surprised if Gal would be a lot of young boys and girls' hero, and deservedly so. With regards to whether or not he fights again, we all know he has nothing left to prove. Gal, go with your heart, not your head. I think we all know your heart is bigger from Georgia at Barry Fights.
Thanks,
Isn't that
mate.
nice?
Yeah, very, very nice. Appreciate it, mate.
It's Georgia.
Oh, sorry.
Georgia.
She's still my mate. She's still my mate.
We're off to a break. Back with more continuous call time.
This week at Coles, earn double credits in-store for free KitchenAid ovenware. For every $20 you spend in one transaction, scan your Flybo's card to earn 2 ovenware credits. Double credits week at Coles. Offer ends 17th of May. Exclusions and T's and C's apply.
Well, Aussies love having a crack, and with the footy season well underway, there's no better time to have a crack with our mates at Bluebet. Get all the best NRL markets like first try scorers, anytime try scorers, line and total points over under. Better still, combine them all in a same game multi and get more bang for your buck. The new Bluebet app is quicker, slicker, faster and easier to use than ever before. So why not have a crack and download the Bluebet app for iPhone and Android from the app stores today? Whether it's footy, racing, you may even like a flutter on the federal election, you can do it via the Bluebet app. Bet Australian this NRL season. Bet with Bluebet, proud sponsors of the continuous call team. T's and C's apply. See website for details. That's bluebet.com.au. And remember to always gamble responsibly. They're our betting partner on the continuous call team, Bluebet.
Finding the right person for the job can be tricky at the best of times. That's why a Seek job ad is loaded with features. It lets you see a candidate's verified credentials, like their driver's license, so you can find the right person for the job. Think of it as an extra pair of hands. The best job ads find the best people. Visit seek.com.au/best job ad.
We'll take the old grout out and put the new grout in. We'll fix your leaking shower, make it brand new and sparkling. The grout guy, he's your man. Grout guy, thegroutguy.com.au.
You're listening to the continuous call team on 4BC. Thanks to McDonald's, Ram Trucks, Gulf Western Oil, Lowe's and Network Building Supplies.
Great to have you with us on this Saturday Magic Round. The third of the 8 games getting underway in the next hour and 15 minutes with the Warriors taking on South Sydney. We'll take you around the grounds and update the scores on that. Mark Levy, Shane Flanagan, Daryl Broman and Paul Gallen, the continuous call team. Well, aren't the Brisbane Broncos earning plenty of respect at the moment after they made it 4 in a row last night with a 38-0 win over the Manly Sea Eagles? I thought we'd check in with their General Manager of Football, the great Ben Ikin. He's on the line. G'day, Benny.
Hello, legend.
Mate, good to talk to you as always. As a bloke in a senior position at the club, you must be impressed with what the team's dished up over the last month of football.
Yeah, it's going much better. That's for sure. I mean, the pleasing thing in their football is to see that they're learning how to defend an error right, and coaches and players on the show today would understand that sort of opens up a whole new world for you as a footy team, because you learn how to defend an error, you get a bit more confident with the ball, the more confident you are with the ball, you know, the more you trouble with the opposition, and it just sort of has this snowball effect. And then if it starts to result in wins, well then all of a sudden, as we all know, winning's fun. It's easier to come to training, you work a bit harder, and it just keeps going that way. So Kevy's done a marvellous job with his assistant coaches to get the team playing the way that they are.
Benny, we all see the influence of Adam Reynolds on the field and probably even Kurt Capewell, but those two players, the experience they've had, both played in big grand finals and then come into that young Broncos team. it's probably, we don't see a lot of the stuff that happens Monday to Friday, but obviously it has a big impact on what happens on the weekend.
Absolutely, Plano. I mean, you would have had that with Gell at the back end of his career. Is your most senior players, they model the habits that you want from a professional athlete. They turn up, they get the work done, you know, they're low maintenance, attention to detail is high. And then with respect to how you play footy...
Mate, you shouldn't have put Gal there. They were going really good, but when you said attention to detail and they weren't high maintenance, he was high maintenance.
Attention to detail, he was exactly right, but when he said low maintenance, even I laughed at that one.
Yeah, I'll try to give you a wrap, mate.
Thanks, mate, I appreciate it.
But when it comes to the football, the other thing that Reno and Capes bring, that they become an extension of the coaching staff into the playing group out on the grass. So I remember I did this regional speaking tour a couple of years ago with Craig Going, and he made this interesting comment about Cameron Smith. He said, Cameron Smith's the best coach at the Melbourne Storm. And I said, well, what do you mean? I mean, you go pretty good yourself, plus you got some handy lieutenants. He said, well, the difference for Cameron is that he's out there among the playing group. And if you can get a senior player or a couple of senior players who understand and believe the coach's message and can execute it while they're in and amongst the group, particularly come game day, it just provides this enormous benefit. And Kevy didn't have that in his first year. You know, so he rolls into his second year. He knows and understands the pitfalls a bit better, being a head coach in the NRL, and he has these couple of senior guys arrive. And I'm going to throw Ryan James into this mix too, even though he's kind of some young guys have gone past him to break their way into the starting 17. He's been magnificent as well. As you know, when you're doing the ball work, Reno turned up early to start to do the ball work with us before he had to after that grand final last year with the Rabbitohs. Is that any time any of these young blokes, we've got a lot of them were missing their assignment between Reynolds, Capewell and James, they kept calling them out. And so the young blokes got better. They understood what the standard was. And it took a while for it to kind of find its way into the footy team's performance. But what you're seeing now over the last month is, I think, just the fruit of all the hard work the coaching staff, together with those players that we've been talking about, have undertaken. It's been a grind, but it's good to see that it's starting to produce some results.
Absolutely, it is, mate. And one thing that we all, I think, agree on here is that the NRL need a strong Brisbane Broncos. I know there's another side coming in next year, but you know they need a strong Brisbane Broncos. And to be brutally honest, I don't think there's any reason why the Broncos shouldn't be strong every year. Do you agree?
No, we've certainly got the financial resources to give everything to our playing group. And we've got two teams up here, an NRLW side as well. And if you go into what they've provided, all of those excuses are removed. You know, the facility is world class. You know, if we wanted to go over the football department cap, not that we do, and pay that soft tax, we'd have the financial might to be able to do that. And compared to some of the other teams, particularly some of the poorer Sydney clubs, you know, just haven't got that available to them. So that becomes an attraction in the market when you're trying to recruit. To bring someone to Brisbane, and this has certainly been Adam Reynolds' experience, it's a different lifestyle. It's a lot more laid back. You know, it's 15 minutes to everywhere instead of 45 minutes to everywhere like it is in Sydney. And then you walk through the front doors of Broncos HQ, and you soon realise that this is a club with a really rich history. There's a lot of great people who have been involved in the club. They're still involved in the club, and that all kind of contributes to making this organisation, I think, one of the strongest brands in Australian sport. And then once we start to win, once you start to overlay a successful footy team with that, then all of a sudden, you know, coming to work gets much, much easier. And look, we're not there yet. We're better than what we were, but we've still got a ways to go before we arrive where we want to be.
Ben, I've got 30 seconds here, mate. You tasted a bit of Origin football in your playing days. Selwyn Cobbo's name's being mentioned as a possible debutant for Queensland this year. Is the young bloke ready?
He's certainly got the talent, Mark. He's certainly got the talent. He's still prone to a sleep in every now and then, but he's figuring out how to be an NRL player, and that 80 minutes is still the best part of his week. Isn't he doing it well?
He's a fantastic player, isn't he? And the rawness in his interview on 9 last night, I mean, he's got a long way to go with media, but that's something he'll get used to because we're going to be seeing plenty of him into the future, young Selwyn Cobbo for the Broncos. Well done on the win last night, Ben. Thanks for joining us on the Continuous Call Zone.
Thanks, lad.
Good on you, mate. The General Manager of football, a Broncos legend himself, Benny Eichen, joining us following the 38 points to 0 win over the Manly Sea Eagles.
Sleep apnea, diabetes, heart disease, erectile dysfunction. not to mention always feeling flat. Obesity is more than just your trouser size. It's the fastest growing pandemic amongst Australian men. Pilot's Metabolic Reset program combines new prescription medication that reduces your appetite with ongoing health coaching to keep you on track to hit your weight goals. To find out if Pilot's Metabolic Reset is right for you, head to pilot.com.au today and get connected with a local doctor. Pilot, the Men's Health Toolkit.
Ken!
Yes?
You stand before me today to take the Kennard Hire Customer Service Pledge, the Ken Oath. By taking the oath, you hereby pledge to help everyone, everywhere, make their job easy. What say you?
Ken Oath?
Ha! I can't hear you!
Ken Oath!
At Light and Easy, we believe eating well is at the heart of health and well-being. It's why we use the freshest quality ingredients to create over 160 delicious, nutritious meals that can be enjoyed by anyone. From those who want to lose weight, to those who want to gain more free time, from those who want to be a little healthier, to those a little older who want to age well. Try Light and Easy for yourself, and if you're not happy, we'll give you your money back. Visit lightandeasy.com.au or call us on 13 15 12.
At Hearing Australia, we make hearing easy. That's our promise. Whoever you are and whatever your hearing needs, we take the guesswork out of finding the right hearing solution for you. With an extensive range of devices to suit any budget and the option to try before you buy for 14 days. Hearing Australia, celebrating 75 years. Call 134-HEAR, that's 134-432, or go to hearing.com.au. Conditions apply under the Australian Government Hearing Services Program.
The continuous call team, thanks to McDonald's. Get the McValue bundle today. All your favourites in one simple order for just $24.95. Available in-store, drive-through or delivery.
Great to have you with us. 131873, the number. We're getting a lot of love for you, Paul Gallen, following on from Wednesday night. Phil's at Winston Hills. G'day, Phil.
Oh, g'day, Steve. Listen, I didn't respect Paul, but I reckon his defeat the other night and how he spoke, he's gone way and above my respect for him, because he's a champion and he's got nothing else to prove. But I tell you what, if he's got a heart as big as his head, his head's bigger and they're going to punch it off. So, Gal, from me to you, I'm a Manly supporter. I know you hate Manly, but, mate, you know, you should give it up now, because not that you can't do it, you're just a champion. In any other way, you are a champion.
No, I appreciate it, mate. And look, I know I'm not what I was 12 months ago. I felt it the other night for the first time. As I said, around 6, 7, 8 was always the plan to take him out then, and when I just couldn't go to where I wanted to get to, I felt old for the first time in my career, and I suppose at age 40, almost 41, it's going to catch up with me at some stage. And you know, I just think I'm sort of glad it happened that way, because 20 more seconds in round 9 and I finish him, and here I am on top of the world ready to fight anyone. And if that did happen and I was to fight someone really good my next fight and got hurt, it could have been bad. So the way it turned out the other night is what it is. I can't change it, and well done to Chris. He won fair and square, and I've got no excuses, mate. I put my best foot forward, and he won.
Good on you, Phil. Thanks for the call, mate. Stay there. Bumper sticker coming your way. And remind me a bit later, Gal, apparently somebody let off a stink bomb in the dressing room.
But I'll tell you the story about that.
We'll talk about that a little bit later on, because it's caused great drama. I've had a few journos ring me this week saying you've got to take it up with Gal on Saturday, and I'll do that. We are the continuous call team.
If you're an adult who has difficulties with reading, writing or spelling, the Reading Writing Hotline has some very good news. It can actually be easier to take the plunge and improve your reading and writing skills than to keep putting it off. Phone the Reading Writing Hotline and find out how. Their number is 1300 65506. That's the Reading Writing Hotline, and they're there to help.
1300 65506.
Go on, take the plunge.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
For 3 generations, Vicente Premium Aged Care has been looking after Brisbane families. We're still locally owned and operated, with a strong belief in personal care and attention. We treat our residents with warmth and respect, so they can feel connected, content and comfortable. When you choose Vicente for your family, we welcome you into our family. And that feels like home. Vicente.com.au.
At Harvey Norman, bonus $624 6-month Foxtel Now all-pack subscription with an eligible TV purchase from Harvey Norman priced between $2,500 and $3,999. Or bonus $1,248 12-month Foxtel Now all-pack subscription with an eligible TV priced at $4,000 or above. Watch your favourite TV shows, sports and movies on Foxtel Now. New and returning Foxtel Now customers only. Offer ends 22nd of May. Conditions apply. See Foxtel Now website for details. Now at Harvey Norman.
You're listening to the Continuous Call Team on 882 4BC. Thanks to McDonald's, Harvey Norman, Pilot, Ampol and Catch Fitness.
We've got the under-16s and under-18 City Countrysides playing over at Brookvale at the moment, Four Pines Park. The City teams won the under-16s, and I just saw a score come through, 42-18 in the under-18s. The City sides won that one as well. So congratulations to the youngsters, the future superstars of our game going around this afternoon for City and Country. The City teams winning both the under-16s and the under-18s. And New South Wales Cup full-time, North Sydney's beaten Blacktown Workers Sea Eagles by 56 points to 18 at North Sydney Oval. We've got a break for some news. Back with our second hour.
Think first, then invest with CMC Markets Invest. Voted Canstar's Broker of the Year 11 years in a row. Take your investing to a new level with their new feature-rich mobile app, and you'll pay $0 brokerage on US, UK, Canadian and Japanese stocks. CMC Markets Invest even give you free live ASX data every day. CMC Markets Invest. Think invest. Download the app today. CMC Markets.
In this bulletin, Sydney's gangland war escalating, the PM working on his image, and Russia faces further accusations in its invasion of Ukraine. It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, I'm Madeline McNeil. The state government is being accused of losing the battle against criminal gangs in Western Sydney. The 23-year-old nephew of slain gangster Mahmoud Brownie Ahmad has been shot dead in Belmore days after a double shooting at Auburn. The attacks are linked to an ongoing feud between notorious crime families. Shadow Police Minister Walt Secord says innocent bystanders are being put at risk.
Second shooting this week. Clearly the Paratate government is losing control of gangs in Western Sydney. They're running rampant. It seems the Paratate government is surrendering the streets of Western Sydney to criminal gangs.
The Labor leader has toured a GP clinic in Darwin announcing $1 billion cash injection into the sector. Anthony Albanese would invest $750 million into a new Medicare fund over the next 4 years to boost GP access and affordability. A $220 million grants program would also be created to help doctors upskill staff and upgrade facilities. The Prime Minister says he'll seek to explain and empathise more as he tries to soften his image in the final week of the election campaign. Scott Morrison says he's had to be a bulldozer to push through the pandemic, but he's shifting gears as the country moves on.
They needed my protection. They needed my strength. In a time of opportunity, they need my encouragement. They need my facilitation. They need my enthusiasm to ensure that the policies that we have continue to enable them to meet their aspirations.
Patients are being treated in the corridors at overcrowded Sydney hospitals. The Herald reports staff are being forced to work extended hours to cover overwhelming demand. At least one hospital ward in the city's west reached 110% occupancy. COVID-19 is partly to blame, along with an increase in injuries as more people leave the house post-lockdown. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has tested positive to COVID-19. Her partner and 3-year-old daughter are also sick. Ms Ardern will miss a big week of Parliament, including the release of the budget. Russia's being accused of using hunger as a weapon in its invasion of Ukraine. Germany's foreign minister says Moscow is blocking wheat exports from the war-torn country. Annalena Baerbock says President Putin is making the global food crisis worse.
The hybrid war is not only by tanks and air missiles, not only with fake news and propaganda, but also it's a food war, which we can see around the world already.
And the Sydney Kings have given fans a chance to celebrate their first NBL championship victory in more than 15 years with a signing session at Circular Quay. In finance, $1 Australian is buying 69.38 US cents.
Sport. Listen tonight with John Stanley, Monday to Thursday from 8 on 2GB.
Coach Brad Arthur is so confident in Parramatta's form, he believes opponents rate them as a yardstick. He says the Eels are ready for a raging Roosters side tomorrow.
And I feel like now teams that are playing against us, you know, they've got to come and give it to us to be able to be a chance to, you know, to mix it with us. So that's the bit we've got to understand and appreciate, that, you know, every week we've got a target on our head and we've got to aim up.
Magic Round continues in Brisbane this afternoon with the Warriors doing battle with the Rabbitohs. The Titans then take on the Dragons, and tonight it's the blockbuster between the Panthers and Storm. Penrith coach Ivan Cleary will again watch his side on TV after undergoing knee surgery. The Sydney Swans will be out to snap a 2-game losing streak when they take on Essendon tonight at the SCG. Western United is favourite for the A-League elimination final against Wellington. A 46-point game from Jason Tatum's helped Boston send their NBA conference semi-finals into a 7th against Milwaukee. The Celtics won Game 6, 108-95. Golden State's looking to wrap up its series against Memphis, leading 72-68 in the third quarter of their Game 6 clash. 6 times majors winner Phil Mickelson won't defend his PGA Championship title after withdrawing from next week's event in Oklahoma, and Novak Djokovic is into the semi-finals of the Italian Open. It's 2:04. That's the latest news and sport.
At Light and Easy, we believe eating well is at the heart of health and well-being. It's why we use the freshest quality ingredients to create over 160 delicious, nutritious meals that can be enjoyed by anyone. From those who want to lose weight, to those who want to gain more free time, from those who want to be a little healthier, to those a little older who want to age well. Try Light and Easy for yourself, and if you're not happy, we'll give you your money back. Visit lightandeasy.com.au or call us on 13 15 12.
What makes us Australian? For starters, we're a resourceful lot. We came up with electric shears for our sheep and the mullet for our shearers. Yep, having a crack's in our DNA.
So have a crack at this Bluebet offer. For NRL games in rounds 8 to 10, back a team head-to-head, and if they lead by 6 points or more at half-time, we'll pay you out as a winner, up to $100 winnings. Lead by 6 at half-time, you win.
Bet with Bluebet, the true blue Aussie bookie.
Conditions apply. Gamble responsibly.
Becoming an independent support worker on Mabel lets you have a positive impact on your local community. You can earn over $40 an hour on average, and it's easy to get started. As support worker Holly found.
There's lots of training and advice all on the website. There was always somebody on the other end of the telephone to talk me through any questions that I had.
So, for a rewarding career in support work, sign up at mabel.com.au today.
The Isuzu MU-X is born to shine. You can go your integrated voice command, Android Auto, wireless Apple CarPlay, and 5-star ANCAP safety as standard across the range. Dress to impress and arrive in style in the 7-seat Isuzu MU-X. Search Isuzu MU-X.
Weather. Listen to the Garden Clinic, Saturday and Sunday mornings from 6 on 2GB.
Partly cloudy with a slight chance of a shower and light winds. A shower or two tomorrow, temperatures ranging up to 26 on the coast and in the west. Partly cloudy Monday with possible showers Tuesday. Right now in town it's 23 degrees, the same at Penrith, 24 at Bankstown and Terry Hills, the same again at Campbelltown. I'm Madeline McNeil. There'll be more news at 3 on your news leader 2GB 873.
A team of experts without peer. Over 3 decades on air. The continuous call team.
Can David please do the rest of the show in his jockey voice?
Well, there's his jockey laugh. I thought you were going to say he's jockeys. That'd be a sight. I shan't be doing that. you should see mine. I bought some the other day at Lowe's. I've got them big ones. They're up to my belly button. My ones. They're magnificent. Yeah.
What are they up to there?
Because I like them big. I like them big, bro.
Up to your belly button.
Belly button. Show you. No. We're in Bali. Oh, no. Oh, we're in Bali. They're grandpa undies. Well, I'm nearly 60. I'm a grandpa.
Where's security? These people are leaving the race course in front of us.
Use those undies as a kite.
You'll get arrested for indecent exposure, you idiot. Sit down.
They're brand new ones. It'd be worse if he took them off. Look at this thirsty. I love them. Oh, no. That's what they're about, undies. They're about support. You lift them up as high as you can for some support. Yeah. Don't lift them up too high, otherwise you'll be saying hello.
Welcome back. Next hour of the continuous call team on this Saturday as the NRL celebrates Magic Round at Suncorp Stadium. Mark Levy, Shane Flanagan, Darryl Broman and Paul Gallen. And Big Man, I'd like to officially apologise to you. Yes, it's raining in Brisbane.
It only just started.
No, it's been raining.
It just started now.
It's been raining. Warriors and Rabbitohs getting underway in an hour from now. Team news is through you, and Aikens failed to recover from a concussion, so Elisa Katoa starts in the back row in jumper number 18. It's not raining, it is pouring. Wade Egan is out due to a calf injury. Jazz Tavanga goes to hooker. Aaron Penne starts at lock in 14 with Freddie Lussick coming onto the bench for his club debut in 25. Tohu Harris, he makes his return from a knee injury from the bench. And Jack Murchie starts in the back row in 17. Edward Cossey is the 18th man for the Warriors. The Rabbitohs, they're 1-17 as per the program. Peter Marmazelis is the 18th man, and good luck to Campbell Graham, who plays his 100th NRL game. Last night in the two games played, the Brisbane Broncos thumped Manly 38 points to 0, and Newcastle beat Canterbury by 16 points to 6. Well, as I say, it's a great celebration, and I think it's one of the highlights on the rugby league calendar. Magic Round at Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane. The NRL boss is Andrew Abdo, and he's been good enough to join us on this Saturday. Andrew, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
It's a great weekend, isn't it? 8 games at the one venue, 150,000 people at Suncorp Stadium. It's just a shame about this weather, Andrew. Apart from that, it's going to be a fantastic weekend.
But not even the weather's going to dampen the fun that people are having. It's so good to see families and we've got about 25,000 interstate travellers that have descended on Brisbane for this weekend. And when you walk around the Brisbane city, you walk around the airport, even around the precinct and the stadium, it's just great to see all 16 club jerseys and fans that have travelled to come and see their club play. And as you say, it's what is a really special and unique ground.
Andrew, before the boys jump in, let's get the negative out of the way, and that's some knuckleheads in the crowd last night who want to go to the football and start throwing punches. What's been your response following on from what happened in that Western stand last night?
Oh, it's just so disappointing. We had over 40,000 people there being treated to some fantastic football, and then you get a small minority the behaviour is completely unacceptable and it won't be tolerated. We've been working this morning with the stadium security and with the police. We want to take the strongest possible action that we can to deal with these individuals. And we're also now working with police to get extra support in there today. And there'll be some additional imagery and awareness for the crowd so that they can be proactive and contact stadium security if they see or notice anything. It's a very small minority, but to be honest, it's unacceptable. And when instances like this happen, we want to take the strongest action that we can.
Are you going to ban these people from future rugby league games, Andrew? Because I think most people that saw that last night, we don't want those sort of people at NRL games, do we?
No, absolutely. That's what we're doing. We're working with getting the footage. We're trying to get as much information as we can. We're figuring out what charges the police are going to lay, and then we'll step in and make sure that we keep our stadium safe. And people want to go and watch rugby league, to escape, have fun, watch their team play. It's a very, very small few minority that ruin it for everyone, but we're going to take action.
I'd like to congratulate you guys on leaving it in Brisbane until, I think I've just read here, until 2024. because I think it's actually the perfect venue. We've actually got vision of it at the moment, and it is raining in Brisbane as opposed to what some of these blokes sitting next to me thought. But the ground looks to be in magnificent condition, considering they played 2 games there last night, and it is so close to the city. It is, to me, it's the perfect venue, and Brisbane people, I think, deserve to have the Magic Round there because they will attend the football games.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there's 150,000 people over the 3 days, about 25,000 that'll travel in for this. And it's not just Brisbane people, it's people from Queensland and all over the country. It's a real sort of celebration of people coming together. It is a great place to play. It's a great stadium. I mean, the field's raised about 100 mils an hour, and that's why the turf is in such good shape. But I think you're both right. It is raining at the moment, but the forecast is that it'll be clear, and hopefully we might even see some sun tomorrow.
Beautiful. It only just started raining, but anyway. Hey, what about? I've heard rumours about New Zealand mentioned as the next port of call for the Magic Round, just to say thanks for what they've done the past couple of seasons. Is that an option? I suppose going forward, who knows? Me and you may not even be around there, but the current deal finishes in Brisbane.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're all very excited to get to be able to play in New Zealand again. The Warriors are going to have a very special homecoming later this year, and we're already now starting to plan to think about how we can take more games there. Magic Round, would be an option down the track, but there's nothing stopping us from thinking about an All-Stars game or a Premiership doubleheader, and getting, as we get international football back, playing test matches again between Kangaroos and the Kiwis in New Zealand. So we do want to be playing more and more rugby league there. We've been getting some incredible numbers on Sky in New Zealand. We've got a huge fan base over there, and I think everyone is excited to be able to play football in New Zealand again.
Andrew, I know you've caught up with the Dolphins while you've been in Brisbane the last couple of days. We spoke to Terry Reader on the program last week about how things are coming along. I mean, it's exciting. They're building a playing roster. Are you at all concerned, though, as the NRL boss, that it may take them a little while to compete, given they still haven't signed a marquee player? Apparently there are some announcements to come. And what was your feeling from them when you sat down with them this week?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, look, I think we're excited about what this change and this expansion brings. Let me talk a little bit about off the field. I've been really impressed with what they've been able to do in terms of growing their fan base. Their membership is tracking really well. They've got corporate sponsors in, and they're going to be actually really commercially strong. And then let's talk a little bit about roster management, and it's always dynamic. And building a roster, managing a roster is dynamic, not just for a club like the Dolphins entering the competition, but for all clubs. I mean, they've got their plans in place. I certainly feel confident that their strategy over the next couple of months will take place, and they feel, and this is important, they feel like they've got what they need in the key positions. Now, obviously, it's like a game of chess for all clubs. Players have choice and will decide to move to clubs for varying reasons. And it's all interrelated, and that's all going to kind of land, and then hopefully we see some exciting announcements in the coming weeks. But we're confident to have a plan and systems and good people in place to manage it.
Yeah, I agree, mate. Well, I don't want to suck up to you too much. Can I ask you this question? do you think...
What do you want out of Andrew Abner?
I mentioned this last year, and I actually think it's got legs, and maybe I'm way off the mark. Would you ever consider maybe taking a State of Origin game to Las Vegas? Has that ever been discussed?
Well, there has been an Origin game played in the States before. I think. I mean, it's a good question. I suppose there's always, you consider everything. You wouldn't say no to anything. You want to look at it, and you'd have to have but you need to have a good, long, strategic plan for that. So, and that's not necessarily the case at the moment, to be honest. We want, if we want to grow the game and we want to think about America as an option, then we need to actually have a vision and have a plan in place, as opposed to sort of being opportunistic and short-term and saying, we can make some money if we move an Origin game there. We've got to have a plan. And if there's a long-term plan to develop America and rugby league in America, then that could be a consideration. But in the short term, it's about also making sure we don't take for granted the special rivalry we have with State of Origin. And so having a game in New South Wales, having a game in Queensland, and then thinking about other markets right here on the doorstep where we know our fans are, and our loyal fans are going to want to go and enjoy Origin. And at the moment, we're rotating between Melbourne, Perth, and Adelaide, and it's working really well. We get a lot of fans travelling, but we also open up the fans in that market where they get to see the best of the best playing.
Yeah, mate, I'm not thinking about long-term stuff. I just love to go.
It's a holiday, huh? That's exactly what I was going to say.
Would any of you blokes disagree?
No, I would disagree.
Could you imagine, I would imagine, if you gave it plenty of notice, a couple of years' notice, I reckon you would get a heap of Australians want to go over there.
You're just thinking of a free trip,
100%.
continuous
I've got a bit of a curly one for you. Seeing it as it is Magic Round, and we're going forward in Magic Round in years to come, who gets the buy in Magic Round next year? How do you do that? How do you pick who does it? Is it last team in, first one out, or what is it?
Question.
It's a great question. So the answer is actually it's linked to the overall draw for. So next year, the difference with having 17 clubs is obviously every club, there's a bye each round, but every team is getting 2 byes. And what we want to do from a football perspective is make sure that those byes are spread evenly for teams. So for example, the team that gets the bye in round 1, we want to make sure that their next bye is in the middle of the season, and the same for the team that gets a bye at the end. So the answer to, this is a long-winded way of saying, the answer to the question is, Magic Round's in round 10, whoever gets the bye, it's going to be linked to the overall draw and where their other bye is. Because we want to make sure that there's an appropriate gap between the byes to give the players an appropriate rest throughout the season. So the answer is, it's not going to be based on commercial reasons, it's going to be based on football reasons, and that will rotate and change over the 5-year cycle. So if a team misses out 1 year, they won't miss out in any of the other years in the cycle.
That's fair. Andrew, before you go, that's the serious stuff out of the way. You've got to air with us this afternoon. We're sending you a buckle up with the continuous call team bumper sticker, and it's caused great debate on the show this afternoon as to where you put said bumper sticker. Darryl thinks it goes on the bumper, but the other members of the team will be proudly displaying it on the back window, given it's at eye level. Where will you be displaying your buckle up with the continuous call team bumper sticker as the NRL boss?
Well, I'll be putting mine on the right-hand door windscreen, because often when I'm at traffic lights, I get some feedback, and it's often sometimes it's friendly feedback, sometimes it's unfriendly feedback. So if I put it on the side, then I at least can be shielded from some of that.
Yes. You know what you should do, Andrew? Put about 7 of them up there so no one can see who you are.
Andrew, it's a great weekend. Thanks for joining us, mate. And let's see some huge crowds today. A sellout. I think there's still a few tickets left for tomorrow at Suncorp Stadium. So our Brisbane listeners, those interstate, jump online, nrl.com/tickets, and enjoy the rest of Magic Round. Thanks, Andrew.
Great chatting to you guys.
Good on you, mate. Andrew Abdo, the boss of the NRL, as we celebrate Magic Round. All 8 games at the one venue, and we've got some shots coming through of the Warriors and South Sydney warming up in the dressing room. That game getting underway in the next 40 minutes. We're off to a break, back with plenty more continuous call team on this Saturday afternoon.
What makes us Australian? For starters, we're a resourceful lot. We came up with electric shears for our sheep and the mullet for our shearers. Yep. Having a crack's in our DNA.
So have a crack at this Bluebet offer. For NRL games in rounds 8 to 10, back a team head-to-head, and if they lead by 6 points or more at half-time, we'll pay you out as a winner, up to $100 winnings. Lead by 6 at half-time, you win.
Bet with Bluebet, the true blue Aussie bookie.
Conditions apply. Gamble responsibly.
Well, we're in the swing of things here in the continuous call team, and a lot of it's due to our partners Ampol. And how good is it? Magic Round at Suncorp Stadium. And if you're anything like me, you enjoy a snack or two during the game, so a trip to the local Ampol foodery is a must on the way to the grounds. You can fill up on whatever fuels you, a bag of chips, hot coffee, and my favourite, that bag of Maltesers. They're delicious, aren't they? And speaking of delicious, throw in the sausage roll and some tomato sauce as well. The tummy's rumbling just thinking about it. There's so much on offer at Ampol, so whether you need to fuel up or you've forgotten to bring the snacks, head into your local Ampol today. With over 1,900 locations and Ampol foodery servos popping up across Australia, you can stop off at an Ampol wherever you're headed. So head in there, load up on the snacks, and get ready for the footy at Ampol.
My Macca's Rewards has arrived. Get that surprise Macca's for dinner feeling when you earn points to redeem on your favourites, like a Big Mac. Download the My Macca's app and start earning today. Value means more at Macca's. T's and C's apply. See our website for details.
With IG, the world is yours to trade. When you see opportunity, you need access to a wide range of markets at your fingertips. That's why IG offers unparalleled access to over 13,000 shares and ETFs from Australia, US, UK and more, all on IG's intuitive trading platform. So if you see it, IG it. Visit IG.com to find out more. All trading involves risk. Issued by IG Australia, AFSL 515106. You're listening to the Continuous Call Team on 2GB 873. Thanks to McDonald's, Harvey Norman, Pilot, Ampol and Catch Fitness.
$300 Catch Fitness gift card to be won this afternoon. All you need is the 3 answers to the Saturday quiz thanks to Catch Fitness, your one-stop shop for strength, conditioning and cardio equipment. Search Catch Fitness. Here's question 1. Where is the NRL's Magic Round being played this weekend? Where is the NRL's Magic Round being played this weekend? Jot that down. 2 more questions to come. Once you've got all 3, you give us a buzz on 1300 722 873. Big man, what have you got for us?
Levy, I've got a topic that I need the answer for here, and I'm sure Gal will know the answer, and maybe Flano will know the answer as well, and maybe even you might. We have a lot of eggs at our place. Probably most days I'll have an egg for breakfast because I've got a bit of time, and I can, well, Bev cooks them mainly, but I can cook them, or whoever can cook them. The last couple of weeks, the eggs I've had have been particularly nice. Now, I don't really know why that is, because I'm not even sure what sort of eggs Darling buys. I don't know when she goes to the supermarket whether she gets the cheapest eggs or the dearer eggs. Now, I don't know. Can someone explain to me why?
I can help you.
What?
I can help you.
Well, what? But can I just finish a little bit? I'm finding the ones I've had recently taste better than the ones I've had prior to them.
I've got no doubt she's buying free-range eggs. I think free-range eggs do taste better. She's buying free-range. She's looking after you. She's going top shelf.
What? Hold on.
Free-range eggs.
So you're telling me the chickens who lay free-range eggs are better quality chicken than the ones that lay the no-frills eggs?
I believe they are.
They're happier.
They're happier chickens. They get the free range, they get to range around the paddock, eat whatever they want off the ground.
You know they're happier.
They talk to each other. Mate, can you imagine living in a cage? All you do is eat grain that's given to you and to poop out an egg. That's all you do.
I was with Alex Volkanovski yesterday. He lives his life in a cage.
He gets paid tens of millions of dollars to do it.
Does he get tens of millions?
He's rich.
Were they scrambled eggs, Daryl, or just normal eggs? Just fried eggs?
Fried eggs.
Sunny side up?
Yeah, just sile up dunking. Dunking.
Oh, yeah, that's good, eh?
It's beautiful. Yeah. But the eggs I've had in the last couple of weeks are without doubt nicer than the eggs I've had.
Have you ever thought about texting Darling and when she's in her room and you're in your room and say, are these free range or caged eggs?
No, I haven't thought of that.
Maybe you should do that. Maybe you text her now and ask if she's buying free range or caged eggs. Okay. I'm predicting that she's buying free range eggs.
She might be on Facebook.
Well, I tend to agree with Daryl, Paul here. I think you're right. I think chickens are a lot happier when they're free range. They're allowed to roam around and do their thing.
Do you know that?
Well, the other thing here too, Daryl, is what about when you go to the shops? See, I get the extra large eggs because I like the bigger eggs. Does that just mean a bigger chicken lays the eggs, or how does all that work?
I've actually never seen. I've never seen bigger.
Yeah, they've got large, extra large, and jumbo eggs.
Yeah, they're like 50 grams, 55 and 60.
I beg your pardon.
They've got bigger bottoms. Well, you'd have a bigger bottom if you were laying bigger eggs, wouldn't you?
How do the eggs become bigger?
Well, I don't know. You know what? I don't even know how chickens. Like, how come some eggs become chickens and some become eggs?
That's a better question.
Well, I've asked
what
that
is
before.
the answer to that?
I don't understand it.
Yes.
Like, if the eggs we've got, if we left them in the fridge for, say, a year, would there be little chickens running around them?
Yeah. Are the eggs?
No, because no one's sitting on them.
But are the eggs we eat, are they like just not a born chicken, and the other ones that come out are actually chickens?
I don't understand.
There's no rooster in the pen.
Well,
so they haven't been fertilised.
I've never seen.
So the eggs we eat are unfertilised eggs.
Correct.
So how does the fertilisation get into the egg? The egg's solid. Do you remember we bought eggs a couple of weeks ago? We couldn't crack them with our hands. So how's the spermy thing get in there? Well, how's it get in there?
Well, mate, I've never seen chickens doing it.
Me either.
They like
They do it in the house.
They like privacy.
So they're like humans, or some humans.
They're private animals, Daryl.
Chickens?
Yes.
So, but hold on, can a chicken just lay an egg without being fertilised?
No, I don't know, Daryl.
So if you got an egg and you sat on it, would it hatch?
I think it'd squish. but I'm saying to you, is there a form of a chicken that doesn't need to be fertilised to lay eggs? Do they just lay eggs for no?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They just reproduce. They just reproduce without having intercourse. I know what you're saying. Well, that's. Well, are you allowed to say that? Well, that's.
I understand. That's my point, Dave.
I'm just thinking back to your. I'm just thinking back to your comment, though, Daryl. You've never seen the chickens, doing the business.
No, never.
How would you like somebody standing at window watching you? They want privacy. They don't.
If they're in a cage, they're not going to have privacy.
They go into the little chicken coop.
Come on. As if a chicken's going to say...
Mate, this is an unbelievable question.
Imagine two chickens walking in there holding wings. Come on, champion.
Can you get on Google and find out the answer to this?
Come on, champion. We'll be back in the pen in 5.
Bit of mood lighting.
Oh, come on. 5 minutes.
Well, if you can help out, help out the big man. 131873 the number. I'm not going to pretend to know how this works because I'm not a country.
If you've got a lot of hens and only have one rooster.
Mate, this gentleman here, Paul,
he'd be happy.
Roosters lay eggs. Roosters are
Roosters are bloke, aren't they? Aren't they the roosters? Isn't the rooster
Roosters
bloke?
can't lay eggs. Chickens lay chicks. What the hell?
When a hen lays an egg, they're not fertilised. A hen needs a rooster for fertilising the eggs.
Right.
A rooster can fertilise up to 10 eggs. For this, the rooster needs to mate with the female, and then the sperm travels through their oviduct and fertilises the eggs that will be laid by the hen.
How's it get in the egg, though? How's it go into the egg?
Do I need to take you through the birds and the bees, Paul Gallen?
No, but it's got to get there. We felt the other day how strong the eggs are.
I just explained how it works.
Through a duct or something.
So they obviously do the business, and that fertilises the egg.
I don't think the egg is just sitting there idle, is it? Like,
there's nothing in it.
No, they lay eggs every day, Darryl.
Yeah, but so every egg's got to be fertilised.
So they lay eggs, but the eggs that are fertilised by the rooster are the ones that hatch into smaller chickens.
So chickens just lay eggs.
Correct.
Regardless whether it's not fertilised or just been egg.
So how many would they lay a day, do you think?
Well, I think it's one a day, aren't the chickens one a day?
Okay,
I'm not sure.
So how many can the rooster fertilise? Just one?
Well, it says up to 10 eggs. A rooster can fertilise up to 10 eggs. For this, the rooster needs to mate with the female and then blah, blah, blah. So, yeah.
So that female then would, if it only mates with one female, it lays 10 eggs straight away.
There's a question here. Do we eat fertilised eggs? Chances are you've never eaten a fertilised egg because nearly all eggs sold commercially are produced by hens that have not mated. So there's an answer to that particular question.
Okay.
How can you tell if a chicken egg is fertilised? Gee, I love Google. When you crack open the egg, if it's fertile, you'll notice a small white spot on the top of the yolk, about 4 millimetres in width.
I've seen that.
That's a fertilised egg.
You can't put it
that's not nice to think about, is it?
I've seen that, but I've had plenty.
So when you crack the egg, there's like a little white spot on the yellow.
The fertilised egg.
Yeah, that's gross.
Yeah, but what does it matter, Darryl?
You're eating, you know what?
Oh, but it doesn't matter. I mean, you eat meat, you eat all different things. Oh, don't become...
No.
Well, what about you, blokes? Oh, I'm not going to eat eggs anymore, please.
None of us said that, but I'm
Disappointed.
disappointed.
Eggs are beautiful. All right, 131873, the number if you can help us, please. 2gb.com or 4bc.com.au. Click onto the feedback icon and you can text us as well, 0460 873 873. Kate says, you boys are causing me to double over in stitches laughing. Just imagine how the Easter Bunny feels having to squeeze those big chocolate eggs out.
Particularly the solid ones. That's got to hurt.
Thank you very much, Kate. Alex is in Cairns. G'day, Alex.
Hey, how you going, guys?
Very well, thank you, mate. They tell me you're an old chicken farmer.
Yeah, well, I've farmed a lot of poultry over the years, boys, and I can tell you a couple of things there. The roosters don't get involved directly with the hens.
Really?
Pretty much all poultry these days is artificially inseminated.
Oh, that's no fun. But excuse my vulgarity here. How do they get that?
Well,
The artificial stuff.
How can I put this delicately? They get the sperm from the
rooster.
From the roosters.
Yeah.
And they put it into a little, well, when I was doing it, into a little glass straw, which has got a very tiny hole in the middle. And then that is what's used to inseminate the hen.
Okay. Can I just ask another vulgar question? Do the roosters just do that willy-nilly? Like, is that just available, the stuff?
No, they have a special way of upending them and milking them.
You asked the question.
To me, that sounds a lot to do to just get a chicken.
Well, at least he doesn't have to do it himself, I suppose.
No, look, and you get the hit rate as far as fertility of how many eggs get viable chicks in them is like probably double what it would be in natural.
So if a chicken is fertilised, right? Levy said before they can lay 10 eggs that will become chickens. Is that correct? Would you say?
they can lay. Sorry, what was that again?
They're
They
saying
can lay-
once they're fertilised, how many eggs will they lay that will become chickens?
He said the male can
store
fertilise
the
up to
sperm.
10.
Yeah, they can, and the hen can actually store the sperm and control the fertilisation process of the eggs.
Oh, wow, that's
amazing. So they're in charge again as usual.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate the call. I heard Deb Knight speaking recently on 2GB Afternoon. She's got chickens at her place, and the chickens weren't laying eggs. So I don't know why chickens don't lay eggs, and I don't know whether Deb got to the bottom of it.
She might have had roosters.
Well, no, the chickens, because they were laying eggs, but then they just stopped. So I'm
maybe they got
assuming.
too old, mate.
Well, maybe they just said, I've had enough.
Yeah, maybe they weren't happy.
Don't want to pop any more eggs here.
Maybe they're over 60.
Daryl. I can't believe I've been doing Googling here. I've now got pictures coming through from listeners on how roosters fertilise eggs. There's a rooster on the back of a poor chicken, and the chicken didn't stand a chance, put it that way. I can show you during the commercial break. 131873 is the number, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. Click onto the feedback icon. Well, given what the Googling that I've been doing, that sounds to me as if chickens can lay up to 10 eggs a day.
That'd be a good chicken to get. Look, mate, that'd feed a whole family.
A mate of mine's got chickens and got some names. I think one's called Nugget, and they get about a dozen eggs out of them a week.
So a dozen out of each one?
No, out of the total.
So, but are there better? Well, probably
Better layers, I think.
My question originally was: are there better quality eggs? Like, if you got a better rooster, like anything else, like if you got a really good rooster, are the eggs better?
I don't know, Jared. Well, I'd be interested to see people have like little farms at home. Have 2 or 3 hens. What that type of those eggs?
If they feed them different stuff a little bit. Is this egg better than that one?
All right, we've got a stack of calls coming through. We might clear a break. We'll come back with a few more of your calls. Good topic here, Daryl. I thought we might be able to get some pretty simple answers on this, but given all the ways in which this Google machine's working here and taking me to different websites, I'm now confused. 131873, the number. Warriors, South Sydney getting underway in about half an hour from now. On the way to the break, it's time to talk about the other pandemic. More than 60% of Aussies are obese or overweight, and their risk of contracting life-threatening conditions like cardiovascular disease and diabetes is more than doubled. We don't often think about obesity as a health crisis, but we should. It's one of Australia's biggest killers. Australia's largest men's health platform, Pilot, is changing that. Pilot's Metabolic Reset program pairs breakthrough medication that lowers your appetite with ongoing health coaching to help lose weight for good. Patients lose twice as much weight as those making lifestyle changes alone, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Start your 30-day trial today at pilot.com.au. Pilot, level up your health. Log on to the website pilot.com.au.
If you're craving a combo, head into Coles Express and grab a delicious Coles Express hot pie with no added hormone beef, plus a selected Coca-Cola drink variety for just $6. Craving a combo? Express yourself at Coles Express. Product and store availability varies. Offer ends June 1.
Introducing the bold Renault Koleos Black Edition, featuring gloss black exterior styling, blacked out 19-inch alloy wheels, roof rails and more, from just 42,000 drive away. Visit your local dealer to test drive today.
I want to break free.
Ready to break free? With Norwegian Cruise Line, make your dream holiday a reality with a Europe, Hawaii, New Zealand or Asia cruise. Book today and save up to 35%. Plus enjoy 5 free offers, including a beverage package. And with our flexible cancellation policy, you can secure your cruise today with the ultimate confidence. To book, visit ncl.com, call your travel agent or phone 1300 Cruise. Offer ends soon. Conditions apply. Norwegian Cruise Line. Sail safe, feel free.
If you listen carefully, you can hear it. The sound of history calling. 60,000 years of the world's oldest culture, asking for a voice, a say on laws that affect us. Your support can help make history by creating a First Nations voice protected in the Constitution. History is calling. What will your answer be? Support a First Nations voice to Parliament at ullarustatement.org.
Authorised by the Uluru Dialogue Sydney.
Father Stu is in cinemas now.
Figured it out.
I'm going to be a priest.
For Halloween.
See the movie based on the inspiring true story.
No one wants to hear the gospel from the mouth of a gangster.
Academy Award nominee Mark Wahlberg.
Maybe that's exactly what they need.
Academy Award winner Mel Gibson.
Man don't lose when he gets knocked down, but when he won't get up.
And Academy Award nominee Jackie Weaver.
Oh, God.
God ain't giving up on you. Don't you dare go giving up on yourself.
Father Stu in cinemas now. You're listening to the Continuous Call team on 2GB. Thanks to McDonald's, Ram Trucks, Gulf Western Oil, Lowe's and Network Building Supplies.
131873, the number 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. There's a few people on the email saying the reason eggs stop laying is they get cranky and they've just had enough. They want a change of scenery, new owners.
I still
They
don't
just
understand.
Spit the
that.
dummy.
I still do not understand how eggs are made.
Yeah, well, I didn't understand our last caller. So is there a chicken sperm bank? Is it?
That's pretty much
well, that's what
what
he said.
Yeah, he did say that. He said it's all artificial insemination.
Maybe you could get a job there, Daryl.
Doing what? Helping them.
Helping them get the sperm.
What about your comment during the commercial break, Flano? I'm going to out you.
Why?
I'm going to out you, United Nations. This gibbering idiot alongside me said, oh, what about a sperm bank for chickens? Do you reckon they've got magazines there when they arrive? Jeez, you're a fool. 131873, the number. 2gv.com, 4bc.com.au. Marty's in Canberra. G'day, Marty.
G'day, one and all. How are you?
Very well, thanks, mate.
Good. Oh, I'm going to put another chicken approach onto you. How does the farmer decide which chickens become roast chickens and which chickens become chicken salt?
It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a very good question.
Chicken salt made from chickens ground up.
Of course it is.
It's called chicken salt. Of course it is.
But how do they make
It's
it?
like bumper stickers. You put them on your bumper. Chicken salt's come from chicken.
Chicken salt is amazing. That sets chips off without a doubt.
Yeah, it's chicken. Of course they're made from chicken.
Yeah, but
what do you think? Well, you know, they get the salt, right?
Yeah.
They get roast some chickens, mix it all in together, and squeeze it out into salt again.
You didn't know eggs are made. You try to toss it.
I don't know how eggs are made. I still don't know. I've had that many people tell me about eggs, but I still don't know how chickens just have an egg.
Marty, stay there. There's a bumper sticker coming your way. 131873, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. Suzanne's in Blackheath. Hi, Suzanne.
Hello.
Hello there.
You guys make me laugh. You have no idea about the birds and the bees, honestly.
Obviously not.
Certainly don't.
Struggling here.
Can you help me in this area, Suzanne, at all?
Well, I can help you a little bit with chickens because I have some of my own.
Right.
And I know that the smallest chicken that I've got, which is an Isa Brown, she lays a huge egg every single day without fail.
That just happens naturally, does it?
It just happens naturally. We haven't got a rooster.
Okay. Well, gee, she's a valuable chicken.
She is a valuable chicken. She's the bossiest chicken. She's the top of the pecking order. She bosses everybody else around. I'm sure if you lay down on the grass for a little snooze, she'd come and try and eat you as well.
Good luck. She wouldn't be a little chicken anymore then.
Big feet out of us. Hey, Suzanne, does she ever just say, I've had enough, I'm not laying an egg today?
No, she does not.
So do you think she lays eggs regularly because she's happy?
I think she must be very happy.
Does she lay different size eggs? We're talking about different size eggs before. If you feed her more, does she lay bigger eggs?
Yes, I think I can say yes to that. She lays big.
Well, I think we've lost you there, Suzanne. If we can get you back, we'll send you one of our bumper stickers. Thanks so much for that. Craig's got a question for you, Gal, from Craig at Bully Point. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg, without a doubt. Otherwise, there'd be no chicken. How?
It's got to be the chicken, Gal.
How?
Because that chicken make eggs. Eggs don't make chickens.
God made the egg.
Got it. 131873, the number, 2gv.com.
Oh, Daryl's lost it. I love it when I get one over there.
Hey, you're not right, though.
I don't care.
You're not right. So how are you so happy for?
You know what I do? We just go to a break.
I'm trying to think of the joke about, what's the joke? It goes something along the lines of, Gal, so there's a rooster on top of a building, right, on top of a house. It lays an egg. Does it fall to the left or does it fall to the right?
On top of the house.
Sitting on top of a house, a rooster on top of a house lays an egg. Does the egg go to the left or to the right of the house?
It just sits there.
What do you mean it just sits there? It's got to fall somewhere.
It doesn't have to. It's got a flat
lay eggs.
Roosters don't lay eggs, you fool.
You win that. You win that one.
Yeah, we're 2 up, Daryl. Break it back with more.
Heading off. Loading up. Heating up. Sauce. Near gone. Heading home. Rolling down at home.
a good boy. Come here.
Truckies fit a lot into a day. Whatever your journey, we're the fuel that gets you there. Ampol, Australia's own.
Now, there's nothing better than getting out for a fish. Whether you're heading out on a boat or just to your local pier, you know the best spot for all your fishing gear is ShimanoFish.com.au. Shimano really is a fisherman's best friend with a huge selection of reels and rods, including ready-made rod and reel combos, plus line and tackle bags to suit a range of fishing styles and techniques. Whatever it is you need, Shimano has you covered hook, line and sinker. Just ask any keen fisherman or your local tackle store and they'll tell you Shimano is their #1 choice for fishing gear. Remember to buy local and fish local. View the full Shimano range today by logging onto the website ShimanoFish.com.au. Mark Piggy Riddell's the resident fisherman on the continuous call team. He swears by the Shimano range, so log on to that website again, ShimanoFish.com.au.
Dan Murphy's May catalogue is out now. Shop unbeatable catalogue offers in store or on the Dan Murphy's app today. But hurry, offers end Wednesday, May 25. Choose to drink wise, conditions apply. Dan Murphy's.
Breaking news at Beaumont's. As well as Australia's biggest range of tiles, Beaumont's now has a range of quality hybrid flooring. Get stunning hybrid timber look or make an impression with magnificent hybrid stone look. With our new quality flooring options, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Aldi's tender Aussie pork loin is Greek style, and now only $14.99 a kilo. It's fit for the gods. Or Kevin.
Oh, thanks.
No worries, Kev. Aldi. Good. Different.
The continuous call team, thanks to McDonald's. Get the McValue bundle today. All your favourites in one simple order for just $24.95. Available in-store, drive-through or delivery.
We'll get back to the egg discussion in just a second, but Paul Gallen, I wanted to ask you a question, and it's in relation to, well, not chocolate Easter eggs, but chocolate in general. I saw a post on your Instagram yesterday of your youngest having an argument with mum and dad about some chocolate that was, well, disappeared yesterday. What's happened at the Gallen household?
Well, Cody's birthday on Tuesday, and I wasn't around. I was up in Newcastle, but Ruby, who's the baby, got him some chocolate for his birthday and gave it to him, and he's been waiting till I get home to share it with me. Anyway, yesterday I asked where it was because he went to school early, and it had disappeared. And when we asked her what had happened to it, Buddy had it. Now, Buddy's the dog. Buddy had eaten it. We got to explain what happened. She goes, it was on the table, and Buddy jumped up and started eating it, and then I just took it away, and it disappeared. She's 4, so that's the answer. So she's obviously eaten it all, and I got none of it. I've been buying some on the way home tonight, but I got no chocolate. Buddy,
just so she's eaten it all.
She's eaten it all. Yeah, she's eaten it all. So Buddy the dog ate it all, but it was her. Of course.
But Buddy didn't eat it. You know. In all honesty, though, chocolate is really bad for dogs.
Yeah. We got told the same thing, and we tried to explain that to her, and she goes, "No, a little bit's okay." That was her response, and she's so cute. "No, a little bit's okay." We said, "No, tell us honestly, did you have any of it?"
Was that Ruby?
Ruby, the baby, yes.
So it got me thinking, because I saw that yesterday, and I'm sure we've got plenty of parents listening. What are some of the great excuses the kids have come up with when they've done something naughty? I mean, I remember some of the excuses I came up with, Mum and Dad. Flanner, you've got a few kids. Can you think of any excuses they come up with back in the day when they did something naughty in the Flanagan household and Mum and Dad got a little bit cranky?
I remember the oldest one, Jade. She was always like, if you had to be home at 10 o'clock, there'd always be a reason why she wasn't home at 10 o'clock, and someone else is going to pick us up, and then something changed. And then she was really bad driver. She had that many car crashes.
Did she really?
Yeah, just little bumps, you know. She, like, not big ones, but, I was reversing out the driveway and I hit someone's letterbox, and I'd go, okay, how's the car? Well, the car's all right, but the letterbox flat. You know, I need to go and buy a new letterbox. There was always things like that, but she never used to lie about it. She used to tell us exactly what it was, but she was hopeless at things like that.
Macy's my favourite. Whenever she did anything wrong, it was always Cody's fault. Whether Cody was at school or not, it was Cody, wasn't it? It was Cody every time we got far.
I could tell you a good one that just thought of now. Kathy used to lock, when Kyle was naughty, Kathy used to lock him out of the house. Like, you know, if he was naughty in the car coming home from school or something, Kathy used to just lock him in the front little courtyard and say, you're not coming in until you behave. And, you know, Jade and Bianca used to be inside, oh, Mum, let him in, you know, and they used to cry because he was just...
He's their favourite.
Yeah, he's their favourite, to get anything. And then, but Kyle used to be like, he had got a nasty streak into him. Like, if he didn't get his way with the girls, they'd run into their bedroom and shut the door, or run into the toilet and shut the door. What he used to do is get a knife and stick it under the door and said, I'm going to get you.
No. You got a little serial killer in your hands.
Mad. He just used to tease them, but he's going to get them when they come out.
Well, if you're listening to us, any parents out there, and you've got any funny little stories or excuses the kids have come up with over the years, jump on the line, let us know. We'll send you one of our Buckle Up bumper stickers. 131873 the number. I got a great little laugh out of little Ruby's face, and she's looking at Mum and Dad. No, the dog ate it. The dog ate it.
It was Buddy, not me. It was Buddy.
She wasn't going to give in. 131873 2gb.com 4bc.com.au. Click onto the feedback icon. Daryl's in Melbourne. G'day, Daryl.
Hey, fellas, how you going?
Very well, thanks, mate.
That's the way. Just, you guys are a cracker. Absolute core for you guys. But with the egg scenario, they actually, how they develop is they're actually an embryo or have a membrane around them inside the chicken. So before the shell develops within the chicken.
Ah, right,
Before
okay.
they lay.
So
that's how they fertilise.
Right.
Yep.
So but why do some taste better than others? Do you know?
So it'll be what Paul said. They'll be free range. So once they get out on the grass, and the yolk will actually be a lot yellower, and the colour will be different.
Well, thank you, my friend.
That is what happened with
Daryl's really upset. Daryl's really upset right now that you just said Paul is right. Well done, Daryl. Well done.
You're the first person to have said it.
Give him 2 bumper stickers.
You're getting 2, champion. Have you ever had a double yoker?
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
I've never had one.
Not for years.
Never.
Not for years.
Double
Oh,
yoker.
actually, why do you have double yolks? Why's that happened for?
Superhuman chicken. Hey, by the way, Flano, Colin's been in touch. They don't have magazines in the hen house. They show chick flicks. Very good. 131873 2gb.com 4bc.com.au. There was a good one that came through as well. There it is from Shane. I just ordered a chicken and an egg on Amazon. I'll let you know what comes first. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mark, Big Man, Gal and Flano. While you're on the topic of chickens, where does chicken salt come from? I'm trying to explain it to the kids. Have a great weekend from Scotty.
You know what? It's a good question. I imagine there's got to be some chicken in it. They couldn't call it chicken.
It had to be, yeah. Do you reckon it's like just ground up chicken?
Well, it's got to be, yeah.
I'm going to make a statement. Chicken salt's overrated. You know when you go to the...
Are you kidding?
Mate, you go to the fish and chip shop and they say plain salt or chicken salt. Plain salt every day of the week. Chicken salt.
You're out in your own league.
You are off your
You're
head.
kidding you, mate.
Mate, chicken salt is the best.
Look at everyone's boo leaving.
Mate, chicken salt is rubbish.
No, you're
It
rubbish.
is absolute rubbish.
Chicken
and
salt.
it's all thick and it sticks to the chips. Just get some normal salt on the
You
plate.
blokes risk getting turned off. He does that when everyone's against him.
No, I won't turn you off. Give it to me if you like. But what I'm saying is chicken salt.
Levy,
no good.
I'm not anti-chicken salt, but if I do get fish and chips, which I very rarely get every second day, basically, I do just get the standard salt.
Do you really?
Normally.
Man, I had fish and chips last night at Atara Seafood, and
Ring the bell.
I had chicken salt all over everywhere.
What on your fish
Chips.
as well?
I mean, just chips. Just chips.
I'm going to put it out there. Chicken salt's a gimmick.
No, you're kidding. You're going to call you a gimme.
Daryl, are you with me? Just plain salt.
I prefer plain salt, but I'm not upset with chicken salt. I like it.
See, I just think most people, when they go to the fish and chip shops, they fall into the trap. Chicken salt. Chicken salt. Rubbish. Get the normal salt.
No way.
Improves the experience.
Chicken salt
Especially
is
on
the best.
Mate, potato scallops, normal salt. Beautiful.
You know, I'm a bit old school when it comes to salt. Now we're discussing it. At home, we've got like the salt in just the normal salt in the container.
Yep.
Then we have the Himalayan salt and all that stuff. Bit handy, the Himalayan stuff. I just like the salt out of the no frills container.
Is your Himalayan salt a bit red?
Some of it is,
Yeah,
yes.
we got a red one at home. Yeah.
Mate, I've tried plenty of different salts, including Himalayan salt. There's no difference. It's all tastes the same.
I think the
Except-
Himalayan
except chicken
it's a bit
salt.
thicker.
Oh,
It's
except
a bit,
chicken.
the Himalayan one's just a bit thicker,
Is
I
it?
think, than the normal standard salt. You know, we get a no frills salt.
I don't have
like.
salt. If I have fish and chips, I'd have salt. But I never have salt on anything at home.
Yeah, I'm pretty
I'm
much
with
the
you.
same. Man.
Never.
I don't have it on much.
You know,
I don't think it's good for you.
You know how some people, they'll get their meal automatically and they go for the salt and
Yeah.
pepper?
Never.
I've never done that in my life.
No, I have pepper on a lot of things, but I'd never put salt on it.
Yeah?
Is pepper worse for you than salt?
I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think these days, Daryl. I think there's a lot of salt in our food anyway.
I've got another question. Blake mentioned while we were talking about chickens before, and you blokes might know the answer to this. Poultry, as in Poultry.
Yeah.
Is that only chickens or is that ducks as well? Is it duck poultry?
Yeah.
Yes.
A duck is.
Yep.
So any bird is poultry.
Correct.
As such. That's
Correct.
all we eat. Is that right?
Yep.
You seem pretty confident there, Levy. I'm not as confident as you. What do you think, Gil?
I've got no idea.
No,
Poultry, a domesticated avian species that can be raised for eggs, meat and or feathers. That's what poultry
so
means. So birds.
raising birds for feathers.
Well, you can get nice feathers off birds, yes.
Can you go and buy?
I've got one word for you, peacocks. Peacocks got beautiful feathers.
I've been called that before.
Been called a goose?
1-3-1.
In rugby league, it doesn't get any bigger than State of Origin.
It is a wonderful Australian sports achievement.
No sporting rivalry has spawned more stories than State of Origin.
When we were staring at the barrel of losing 4 in a row, a lot of people thought about Origin might die.
From Nine's wide world of sports, this is Stories of Origin, a podcast series that explores the rich history of New South Wales versus Queensland. Available from wherever you get your podcasts. Stories of Origin.
Having anxiety attack. Panic attack. Get me a brown paper bag. Breathing into it.
So as you can hear, it's pretty raw and it's pretty honest from some of the Origin greats, and the man who's put it all together for Wide World of Sports, Stories of Origin, is our mate Matty Thompson. He joins us on the line from Magic Round. G'day, Matty.
Hey, gents, it's a good yarn, isn't it?
Oh, mate, it's fantastic, and I'm sure as more and more of these episodes are released, given you're working alongside some of the Origin greats, it's going to be must-listen podcasting, Stories of Origin.
Yeah. There's just so many great stories to tell, so I'm lucky to be involved in putting it all together. And that episode, that's a cracking episode with Joey and Cam sitting down together. It's not something I think they've done. I'm not sure if they've ever done it, really. So reflect on their careers and some of the stories throughout their time playing Origin footy. But, you know, there's no other sporting contest that spawns yarns like it. There's the great action on the field, but there's so many stories around the periphery, and it's great to be able to tell them.
It must have been great for you too to get an insight into what, you know, like you work with all these guys, what it's like when they were playing, and then the stories are amazing. You forget about so much of the stuff, you know, it's 40 odd years old or longer than that, isn't it now? So it's been going forever, well, for 42 years, and some of the stories are just legendary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they've obviously spoken about this a lot throughout their time, but the passion that all these guys, and Gal, you know better than anyone, the passion that these legends of the game still have about Origin football all this time later really shines through. It's obviously the pinnacle of many of their careers, and I think you'll see as the podcast evolves, and we release the next episode on Monday, that it's raw, and once they get into the yarns, they're still very passionate about what they did for their respective states.
I saw a little bit of Gus the other day talking. She showed the footage of where he had his hand up to Andrew Johns, where he told him to defend behind the line and mark up on whenever Darren Lockyer decided to inject himself in the game, just go out and get Lockyer. What were some of the stories back then? That was there rumoured to be a feud going on, and what was the rumour of beforehand? I didn't get to see before it to see what had actually supposedly happened.
Well, as it goes, Joey wasn't playing that well at the start of 2003, and Gus didn't think he was particularly fit, and he thought his focus was elsewhere, and Joey kind of agrees with him on reflection. But they went away to a camp, and Gus had cut up a reel of things that the players are doing well, but he also cut up a reel of things they weren't doing well, and it was all Joey missing tackles. So he singled him out and tried to rev him up. So I think there was a bit of tension there, and that photo that you point to, Gal, as you say, they were talking about defence, but as newspapers can do, the photo was plastered all over the front page of the paper as if they were having a blue with each other. So it was taken out of context, but certainly there was a bit of tension there, and both of them recall that period throughout the podcast as well. Joey talks about it in the episode to come out Monday, and then we hear later in the series from Gus, who talks about his time as New South Wales coach. Only lost one series as a coach, but remarkable in two stints as New South Wales coach. And the only series he lost was the 95 one, where the Thaddeus Neville's clean sweep and 3-0. We've got an episode dedicated to that series as well, so we're covering off on a lot of different areas of Origin.
Great stuff. Well, it's available now, the first episode, Origin is Born. Paul Vorton and Wally Lewis featuring Chris Close, and we shared a little clip last night of the boys talking about where the Queenslander call came from. So download it from where you get your podcast. Just search for Stories of Origin, and Fab's been in touch. Mark, I've just finished episode 1, the best. Well done to Matt Thompson. Can't wait for the next episode. Matty, you're in Brisbane for Magic Round. You'll be calling the top of the table clash tonight at Suncorp Stadium on 9. What's the energy like up there, mate, this festival of footy in Brisbane?
Oh, it's fantastic, boys. Look, there's jerseys right around the city, and you're seeing people getting around. it's footy central. The only bummer is, boys, it's pouring rain. But they're saying the forecast is for rain clearing later tonight. And I've got to say, the surface, boys, look pretty good, given the amount of rain we've had. So I'm hoping for that game tonight at least. We might get a reprieve in the weather, but it's been pretty wet. But sold out today. I think there's a few empty seats at the stadium because of the weather, but hopefully it gets a bit better later. But it's a wonderful initiative. And if you haven't been up here, boys, you've got to get up here.
Good on you, Matty. Well, mate, we'll continue plugging the hell out of Stories of Origin, because this is something for every rugby league fan to listen to, even just fans of sport, because you don't get a chance to hear some of these great stories from Origin legends. Well done to you and the team for putting it all together, and good calling tonight on 9, Matty. We'll catch you next week, eh?
All right, boys. Thanks a lot.
There he is, Matt Thompson. And, of course, Stories of Origin. You can download it now where all the podcasts are downloaded from.
In rugby league, it doesn't get any bigger than State of Origin.
It is a wonderful Australian sports achievement.
No sporting rivalry has spawned more stories than State of Origin.
When we were staring at the barrel losing 4 in a row, a lot of people talk about Origin might die.
From Nine's wide world of sports, this is Stories of Origin, a podcast series that explores the rich history of New South Wales versus Queensland. Available from wherever you get your podcasts. Stories of Origin.
It's available now. Stories of Origin, Episode 1. Back around the ground, South Sydney 14, Warriors 0. So they've scored another try here, the Bunnies. South Sydney 14, Warriors 0. And that's after 19 minutes of play in the first half. What was that, Gal?
I was going to say, one of the great passes you'll see all weekend throwing. It was unbelievable. Cody Walker, beautiful pass.
I think Cody Walker's thrown the last pass for every try.
Yeah, that one in particular was just summed up the defence beautifully. Cut out ball to the winger. Perfect.
And Cody Walker captaining the side today in the absence of Cam Murray, who's out of action for 4 weeks. 14-0. South Sydney leading the Warriors. A quick break. Back with more.
Your team at All Class have been bringing you Kubota's range of construction, agriculture and power equipment machinery for the last 30 years. All Class, proud partner of the Continuous Call team. Head to allclass.com.au for your nearest location.
You see, the word has got around that the best sleep in town is a Pure Sleep. It's Queensland made, guaranteed first grade. If it's up 10 floors or even outdoors, we'll deliver to you for free. If you sleep on your side or sleep on your back, our 30-day comfort guarantee will keep you on track. Let Pure Sleep build you a better night's sleep. It's what's under the cover that counts.
G'day, Graham Ross. There's nothing worse than hearing rats in your roof or seeing mouse droppings in your pantry. Nobody wants to see your home invaded by dirty rats, mice or cockroaches. And the easiest way you can get rid of them, plug in Pestrol Rodent Free. Join the tens of thousands of Aussie homes that are already protected by Pestrol Rodent Free, a premium electronic rodent repeller. Pestrol's Rodent Free has advanced technologies that can rid your home of rats and mice and even help to keep out the cockroaches. Best of all, it's chemical free, so it's perfectly safe around your home for family and pets. You can purchase Pestrol Rodent Free today for the special price of only $119. Pestrol are so confident it'll work, they'll even offer a 100-day money-back guarantee and a 2-year warranty. What a deal, only $119. You'll even get free delivery. Order now by calling 1-800-338888. That's 1-800-338888. Or visit pestrol.com.au.
Breaking news at Beaumont's. As well as Australia's biggest range of tiles, Beaumont's now has a range of quality hybrid flooring. Get stunning hybrid timber look or make an impression with magnificent hybrid stone look. With our new quality flooring options, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
You're listening to the Continuous Call team on 882 4BC. Thanks to McDonald's, Harvey Norman, Pilot, Ampol and Cash Fitness.
131873, the number 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. Dark Destroyer wins the 7th at Eagle Farm. Don't you hate when you get a tip and you don't back it?
Oh, didn't you back it?
No, I didn't put it on. I backed every other bloody tip, that one. Anyway, Graham says, gents, I've just salted the pork belly, hour and 15 minutes in the air fryer. It's perfect.
Oh, stop it.
Loving the show, gents.
So let me tell you one thing I cannot wait to have. And Big Man, me and Big Man argue all the time, but he's looked after me today. He said, "Are you gonna let yourself go now?" I said, "I sure am." He said, "Well, I'll put a meat pie in the oven for you. It'll be ready in about an hour." So in about 35 minutes' time, I'll be straight out there to grab the meat pie. I hope you got some tomato sauce out there? Beautiful tomato sauce. I'll be straight on to it. Thanks, big man.
So that's Andrew. He produces every week.
I know who he is. I just said there's tomato sauce out there.
For the fans out there who don't know, we have got a pie warmer here, which is fantastic. I love it. I think it's a Garlo's pie warmer. He supplied that. He supplied the pie. So great thing, Garlo. Anyway, cut long story short, there's someone in this building, and it's a vast building, who wants to turn the temperature of that pie warmer up to 90 degrees every time. Every time I walk in, it's at 90 degrees. Look, I've been eating pies since I was about 1. I know what it is about pies that makes them good. You don't need to have the temperature at 1,000,000 degrees.
So what's your degrees? What do you want?
60. Have it at 60 for a couple of hours.
And lived in there for a couple of hours.
Oh,
It's
perfect, mate.
Well, I'll let you know. I'll let you know in about a half hour.
Well, don't worry, I'm going out with you.
While you're sort of bagging staff members, can I take whoever this is to task? I tried to make myself a nice little cup of tea last night just to warm the vocal cords because I'm getting a little scratchy.
Yeah.
And I don't know who does it, but whoever puts coffee into the little sugar jar, it annoys me, Daryl. Like the people that put Vegemite into the butter when you live with people. Yeah. There's little things that annoy me, and when there are coffee granules in the sugar bowl, I don't like it. Is anyone with me?
You know, I'm with you absolutely, but you know where it comes from. They're using the same spoons for the coffee as they are for the sugar. So we've actually got separate spoons in the jars.
Correct.
It's not that hard.
And Daryl, here's another one while we're on a roll.
You're getting old.
What about the grots in this place who they use about 14 different coffee cups all day and they just leave them on the bench. They leave them on the sink. Put them in the dishwasher. Is anyone with me on this?
Yeah.
Because when I walk in there, I say, you know what I'll do? Take the pressure off the cleaner, I'll put them in the dishwasher while I'm putting my stuff.
I might be a weirdo, but I'm
you
going to
should come to my house.
Well.
My kids don't know where the dishwasher is.
If I go to a cafe to have a coffee, I prefer to have it in a takeaway cup.
Really?
I love it in a takeaway.
I haven't had a coffee for about 2 years, but I want to be a narc on.
Did you say you haven't paid for coffee?
No, I haven't had a coffee.
Oh, sorry.
What are you going to be a narc about?
Well, if you put everything in the dishwasher for the cleaner, what job does the cleaner have?
No, the cleaner's got to clean the whole building. So the cleaner's vacuuming floors, wiping benches. I just think if everybody was to use a coffee cup and put it in the dishwasher, or dare I say, wash it themselves, it's one less thing the cleaner has to do, Paul.
Yeah, but they're paid to do it. Okay, who turns the dishwasher on? Whose job is to turn the dishwasher on then? What happens if everyone just puts them in the dishwasher and no one turns it on?
Because the cleaner comes in later, puts the detergent in there and then turns it on him or herself.
Are you sure?
And here's another thing while I'm going, I'm standing up. What about the people who miss the bin under the sink and it sits on the floor? I walk in there and I've got to pick it up and put it in the bin.
That's no good.
What I say to these people, would you do it at home? Would you do it at home? Of course you wouldn't do it at home. So why do it at work?
You know what's worse? Bev tells me about this, the people who miss the trough in the toilet.
Yes!
Yes! That's embarrassing. Clean that up yourself.
Stop for a second, stop. How's Bev tell you about that?
Because I sometimes don't clean it up.
I'm thinking, what the hell's Bev going to the bloke's toilet for and miss the trough?
She doesn't go to the bloke's toilet, she has a toilet at home.
Well, you just told me that she told you.
At home.
At home, okay, fair enough.
Have you ever had your lunch stolen at work? That happened to me again this week. I was in here Monday and Wednesday. Well, I was in here with Gal on Monday and I had some leftover Chinese in one of the takeaway containers. So I put Levy on top of it, put it in the fridge. Yeah. Comes to 1 o'clock, go in there to get my lunch. Beautiful, looking forward to a nice little succulent Chinese meal. Gone. Someone's eaten it.
Well, I can tell you a story about that the other way about me. Many years ago, I was so hungry at training one day. Do you remember Sam Eismacher? Yeah. Sammy Eismacher, the nicest guy in the world. We had lockers next to each other. And we used to order this food, come in, it was like $15. I'm coming, and I ate mine, and I was that hungry, I saw he's there. So I started eating it.
No!
Yes.
Oh, that's the lowest thing.
It was low, I know. I admit it. But Sammy Eismacher come in, and he was going to kill me.
While we're talking,
he was the nicest guy in the world was going to kill me.
Could you do that? Could you eat someone else's
I was just so
lunch?
hungry. I had to do it. I was so hungry. You don't understand.
I do understand. You're a flea.
Yeah, I know. That was a bad thing to do. Very bad thing to do. I went and bought him some lunch, but it was just, I was so hungry this day. It killed me. 5 years later.
I bet you didn't immediately go.
Well, while you're talking about teammates,
that was a bad thing to do.
While you're talking about your teammates, Gal, I've got some more intel on you this week from a few of your former teammates who have contacted me via Instagram with a couple of random messages. They enjoy listening to the program when you're on Saturdays, and they've said to ask you why you used to use other people's towels and reuse your own one without washing it for a week. Is this true?
a week, 3 years.
What? Yeah, he didn't take his towel home for 3 years.
What? Well, that was a towel.
Oh, no!
Hang on, I washed myself in the shower. I was clean when I come out of the shower.
No.
I dried the water off myself, then I hung the towel back up so it dries.
Hello?
Stop.
What about this washing?
Yeah, I just cleaned it.
Hang on, let me just get this straight. Are you telling me? So when your former teammates contacted me this week, I thought, no, this can't be true. They said, bring it up, ask him. Are you telling me that for 3 years you didn't once wash the towel that you used to train?
3 years might be an exaggeration. It was a very, very long time. The only other persons I used to use was when Jaden Bradley was at the club. Jaden Bradley bought a fresh towel every day. I know how much he hated people using his towel. He stored it really nice and neatly in his bag. So I would get to training. I'd finish early. I'd do whatever I had to do early, and then I'd go in and have a shower. I'd use his towel, then I'd fold it back up neatly and put it back in the bag. Well, didn't he lose it when it was wet?
You just made out though that Jaden Brayley's done something wrong by putting a fresh towel every day. I think most normal people would do exactly the
He's done
same.
nothing wrong, but that was in between using mine. But yeah, I wouldn't say 3 years, but it was a very long time.
Is that the reason he went to Newcastle?
Possibly. Possibly.
Was there ever an outbreak of tinea or anything in your change rooms?
No, not tinea.
Ringworm.
Ringworm went
Oh,
everywhere.
I wonder why.
Ringworm was all right, but let me tell you, it was Jaden Bradley who bought the ringworm. He was the ringworm starter, and then we all got it. Hey, ringworm went for the NRL big time last few years. Other clubs had it as well, but
You know, I've never had ringworm, but do you get that in your bottom?
no, you get it on your body anywhere. Anywhere.
Yeah, your arms, your head, your neck.
Anyway, I had it on my face once.
How do you get rid of it?
On the cheek. You just you put a bit of what's the
Bit of cream, or you can take tablets now. They get some tablets. Yeah.
Can I ask you,
It doesn't hurt.
as Gal's former coach, were you disgusted by his towel use?
I knew of these antics, and the reason I think that he left his towel there because no one ever would use it because it's been there for 3 years.
That's disgusting.
Even the cleaners wouldn't touch it.
Well, the greatest get I ever got, I probably can't tell exactly what it was on air, was to Stephen Price, the assistant coach. I got him in the beauty one day. I'll have to tell you later. But
Tell us off there.
I have to tell you off there.
You can't leave the listeners out. Can you tell a cleaner version of it?
No.
No? Okay. Okay, we won't be sharing that one. 131873, the number, 2gb.com, 4bc.com.au. 20 points to nil now, South Sydney leading the Warriors. Blake Taft scored a try in the 23rd minute. So with 13 minutes left in the first half, 20 points to nil, South Sydney leading the Warriors as we take you around the lower grade scores that came through a little earlier. 56 points to 18. The Bears beat the Blacktown Workers Sea Eagles in the New South Wales Cup. And in the Queensland Cup this afternoon, we've got a match underway. 6-0, the Tweed Seagulls leading the Pride, and Wynnum Manly 16 leading the Jets 4. Those games in the first half of the Queensland Cup. 131873 the number. Graham says, how about the people that tidy the house up before the cleaners come through? Yeah, I do.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Graham. Thank you very much. See, he's smart. Common sense. You pay for a cleaner, they clean your house. You pay for a cleaner, they put the dishwasher on. They put the things in the dishwasher.
You got any of these plenty yet?
No.
Didn't think
She does clean the house.
Mark, I've got another issue as well.
Yeah.
It's about cash, and it's not about Paul and cash.
Can we discuss this after the break, Plano?
Yes.
I just don't want you to use all of your good material just yet. Let me clear a
First thing
break.
he's brought up.
We'll have a conversation about
2.5 hours.
Well, I've just got to clear the break so we can have a conversation about it.
Okay.
20 points to nil. South Sydney leading the Warriors. Question 2 in the Saturday quiz thanks to Catch Fitness. Named the Brisbane Broncos captain and halfback who scored 18 points in his team's thumping win over Manly last night. Named the Brisbane Broncos captain and halfback who scored 18 points in his team's thumping win over Manly last night. Jot that answer down. One more question to come. Once you've got all three answers, you can give us a ring on 1300 722 873. Up for grabs this week, the $300 Catch Fitness gift card.
With IG, the world is yours to trade. When you see opportunity, you need access to a wide range of markets at your fingertips. That's why IG offers unparalleled access to over 13,000 shares and ETFs from Australia, US, UK and more, all on IG's intuitive trading platform. So if you see it, IG it. Visit IG.com to find out more. All trading involves risk. Issued by IG Australia, AFSL 515106.
Hello, Ian Henschke from National Seniors Australia. Would you work if more than half your income was taken by the government? Well, that's what happens to pensioners if they want to work more than 1 day a week. If we let pensioners work, we'd help plug Australia's workforce shortage, struggling pensioners would be better off, and the country would benefit from more workers paying their fair share of tax. It's a win for pensioners, business and Australia. Sign our petition at nationalseniors.com.au.
Authorised by Ian Henschke, National Seniors Australia, Brisbane.
Introducing the Wheels Car of the Year.
The fully electric Kia EV6. Leading the charge with over 500 kilometres of driving range, newfound levels of technology, performance, build quality, refinement and luxury. The judges were unanimous. The Kia EV6, Wheels Car of the Year. To find out more, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Did you know regular store-bought pollen is actually difficult to digest, so you're not getting all the benefits this amazing superfood is known for? That's why Nature Bee Power Pollen is a game changer. Through Nature Bee's unique potentiation process, we've cracked open the pollen cells, making all those vitamins, aminos, minerals and antioxidants available every day. Try Power Pollen from $33 a month at naturebee.com and get 10% off your first order. That's naturebee.com.
You're listening to the Continuous Call Team on 4BC. Thanks to McDonald's, Ram Trucks, Gulf Western Oil, Rose and Network Building Supplies.
131873 is the number. 10 minutes left in the first half. South Sydney 20, Warriors 0. 20 points to 0. South Sydney leading the Warriors. 131873 the number. Gee, people are nice. Feared the Continuous Call Team would suffer with Aaron's departure, but Levy, you filled the void seamlessly. Thank you very much for that. Time for this.
And now on the Continuous Call Team, find a winner thanks to Bluebet. Bet same game multis with Bluebet, the true blue Aussie bookie. Gamble responsibly.
Duncan McRae's our man from Bluebet. Duncan, good afternoon to you, sir.
Mark, good afternoon, team. All the listeners, hope everyone's well.
Yeah, happy Magic Round to you, mate. We've got the Warriors in South Sydney underway as we speak. Damien Cook's gone over for a try. 24 points to 0. They're on fire here, the Bunnies, against the Warriors. 24 points to 0 with a kick to come. 9 minutes left in the first half. Dunky, the first game that we call is the Gold Coast and St George Illawarra kicking off at 5:30. What are the punters doing at Bluebet?
Yeah, pretty quiet at the moment, Mark, but 2.20 the Titans in the head-to-head. $1.67 for the Dragons and 3.5 start for the Gold Coast for the next game in Magic Round.
All right, we've had our charity bet here. Now, we've decided we need to start backing a few winners. So we've all put our heads together to come up with today's same game multi. Thanks to Bluebet, $100 to spend. All money raised goes to the charity partners, Men of League and the Starlight Children's Foundation. Fano, you can do the honours. There it is. You can announce our same game multi.
Yeah, I think we've got a good one here today. We've gone the Dragons 13 plus, which gives us some value, and we've gone Mika Ravalava to score a try, anytime try score, and Junior Amon, the young 5'8", I think you'll support through the middle part of the field. He's a dangerous ball runner back in the side, so him to score anytime as well.
What price, Duncan?
Yeah, Flano, $15 for the boys, so hopefully we can bank $1,500 this afternoon.
$15, rightio, beautiful stuff. And then the top of the table clash, Jerome Hughes out of the Melbourne Storm side. Melbourne up against the reigning premiers, the Penrith Panthers.
Yeah, $1.80 the Panthers have been well back, Mark. $1.60 now, $2.35 for the Storm and 4.5 start for the game tonight.
All right, fantastic. How you going on the races today, Duncan? Gee, it's absolutely teeming down Sunny Coast Eagle Farm, but thankfully we're getting through the meeting okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. The races keep rolling on, so
we'll give us a tip.
Like to have.
Give us a tip. What do you got? What do you got? Give us a tip.
Oh, old Chip, Roe Heron and the Hortensia coming up, boys.
Roe Heron. Well,
I need a race number and a
race 9, number 2 at Scone.
Scone.
The last time you did this, Duncan, I think you tipped Gal a winner in the Mornington Cup, I think it was. You're on fire, and Gal's loved you ever since.
I think I tipped one that I had 2 losers last.
Good on you, mate. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Thank you, lads. Take care.
There he is, Duncan McRae, our man at Bluebet. Bluebet.com.au is the website. And if you're having a bet, please do so responsibly.
Yeah,
26 points to 0. South Sydney leading the Warriors with about 8 minutes left in the first half. Shane, what's got you going, champion? What's up?
Well, Mark, I went up to Brisbane for Magic Round yesterday and came back this morning, and my credit card is the chip's playing up in it. I can't tap. I can go to the bank and get money out, which I did.
Girls like that when he's at money.
Yeah. No, he doesn't take it. Anyway, so I was at the airport today and I was there a bit early and thought I'd get a coffee, and went up and they wouldn't take cash. So I couldn't get a coffee.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's outrageous.
It's outrageous. The airport. Wow. I went to 2 different places at Brisbane Airport and both of them would only take card.
I go to a couple of places where they won't take card. They only take cash.
Well, that's surprising. There's a card. during COVID.
Oh, yeah, with cards are everywhere these days. There's a couple of places I go to. I went to
No card.
No card, no. I refuse to take card.
What sort of places are
No,
they?
I won't be saying that.
You don't want everyone to know, of course.
Do you carry cash these days, do you, though?
No, I don't. I just carry my card. So, as I said, it was only because the card wasn't working. Bought it a new one, but yeah, I'm just surprised to go to a coffee shop and not even $5 or $6, not even be
I
able
would
to pay.
think that would be almost illegal. I would think you would have to be able to accept cash, because surely cash,
Yeah.
Well,
is
Still currency, isn't it?
It's currency, mate. I mean, I think that's ridiculous.
I've got to say, I used to use nothing but cash my whole life until COVID hit, and now I use nothing but card.
Yeah, I use card a lot.
I'm nothing
even
but
for
card.
coffee. I mean, 10 years ago, if you went somewhere and you wanted to buy a coffee and give them a card, they'd look at you like you're, 3 heads, wouldn't they? But now it's just
a couple of dollars, you wouldn't use a card.
Well, I know at sporting venues now that they don't have money. I know the SCG, I got a few emails after that from people saying you can't get money out at an ATM and you can't even do that.
Sharp Part's the same. It's all tap, all card. So cash is definitely, they're getting rid of it, I suppose.
I think the reason they do it at football grounds too, though, Flano, is to make sure that there's a constantly revolving queue, so you're not standing there having to work out change and do all that sort of thing. It's a quicker way to do it. But I agree with you. You still got to be able to pay cash some places.
You'd think so. Like, just as I said, for a coffee at Brisbane Airport, it was just strange.
So what'd you do?
Went without? No, I went into the...
You see, yes,
no.
I'll give you a mention on 2GB today, and just give us one for free, champion.
I went into the Virgin Lounge and...
Because if you get this is what annoys me too about credit cards. If you get cash out of an ATM with your credit card, it costs you a fortune in fees.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't get cash advance in your credit card.
True, but if you can't use your card and you've got to get cash out, why should it cost more money?
I don't know. I've been in that situation, but I would think any time you get a cash advance from your credit card, you're going to pay through the
You
nose,
do,
mate.
without a doubt, you do.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Flano.
131873 if you're interested in this conversation.
I knew Paul would be interested in this cash debate.
But have you got more than one card, Flano?
No, I have, but I don't carry it with me.
Well, mate, you've got to make sure the card works.
Well, that's what I've done. I've ordered a new one.
You've got to Brisbane with a faulty card.
Have you got more than one credit card, you boys?
I've got a couple.
I've got two.
Why?
Well, I've got a couple of different bank accounts.
In case you ruin one. Yeah, we've all got different bank accounts, mate. How many bank accounts have you got? You got the one that your missus knows about. What about the other one?
I got a funny story. She's going to hate me telling this one.
Oh, no.
She's got a couple of bank accounts that I didn't know. So anyway, I got it. So anyway, one day we're at home, and remember like a couple of years ago, before it was means test, you used to get a rebate from the government for your child care for the things you paid, like the preschools.
Just before you tell this story, can you think about where we're going with it, and will it get her in any trouble?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, fine, that's fine. Just continue on.
Everything was above board.
Yep.
So anyway, you got a rebate of about 50% of what you paid. This is like 5 years ago. And anyway, one day I remembered it. I said, "Hey, where's that rebate we got going for that too from the from the preschool?" She goes, "Oh, I'm not too sure." Anyway, about 2 days later, she comes home real upset. She goes, "I'm so sorry, I lied to you." I said, "What?" She goes, "I've been getting the rebate in my bank account." And she'd been going shopping. And I'm telling, it was going on for a couple of years. I know what she's been spending. She got away with
Was
it.
she apologetic? Really?
She was very upset about it. Yeah, she's very upset.
She's an honest person.
She still owes me.
Will Annie be listening this afternoon?
Probably, but she still owes me lots of money. Let me tell you.
Was she?
What do you mean she owes you lots of
Mate,
money?
I'm talking. It was 2 years of refunds going on. She was just spending.
Do you bring it up?
100%.
Have you got joint bank accounts or all separate?
No, we've got one bank account joint. Everything's joint. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's joint. But she had a separate one.
Everything's fine or everything's mine?
No.
Oh, Flano's produced.
But she had a separate bank account where she got the refunds put into. And
That's a good point. I just got an email here from somebody saying, what about you get on your mobile phone, you can actually get your credit card into there and use that. I've just set my phone up to do that. It's brilliant. You do the double click on the side, hold over the machine. That's how you scan your card.
That's not a bad idea.
Set that up, Flano. I'll do it for you during a commercial break. We might imagine doing that for Davey.
I don't
Be
do
there
that.
for hours. Poor Davey. Poor Davey. 131873, the number 26 points to nil. South Sydney leading the Warriors, and there's still 2.5 minutes left in the first half. 26 points to nil. South Sydney leading the Warriors. I just wanted to send a quick cheerio, if I could, to Michelle Bevan, who I believe is listening this afternoon. I was recently talking to Michelle's dad, Paul, who was telling me that she is just an absolute warrior, and she's courageously battling through chemo treatment for breast cancer at the moment, and she's halfway through radiation. I just wanted to, on behalf of the continuous call team and everyone at 2GB, 4BC and our network stations across Australia, wish you well, Michelle, and your continued strength, because from what Paul's told me, you're going through a battle at the moment, but you're just pushing on and you're doing it for your family, and we're all thinking of you, and we wish you all the very best as you get through what will probably be the toughest point in your life. So, Michelle, if you are listening, we're all thinking of you, and we wish you all the best for the future, and hopefully we're giving you a laugh on this Saturday afternoon. Michelle, thank you for tuning in to the Continuous Call team. Quick break, back with more.
Dan Murphy's May catalogue is out now. Shop unbeatable catalogue offers in store or on the Dan Murphy's app today. But hurry, offers end Wednesday, May 25. Choose to drink wise, conditions apply. Dan Murphy's.
You know us for our bright blue vans. Metropolitan Plumbing, Electrical and Air Conditioning. We are the proud winners of the Product Review Award for Plumbing in Australia for 2020 and 21. Did you know we offer $0 deposit interest-free payment plans, have no extra charge for after hours, and can also often be at your door within the hour? Metropolitan Plumbing, Electrical and Air Conditioning. Available 24/7.
Electrical license 86376.
As we drove into the farm, I could see all the chairs set up under the big fig tree, and at the front, perched on the top of some hay bales, was Mum's coffin. That was her favourite spot in the world. Her and Dad were married right there, and it's even where we had our family parties. It's what she wanted, so it was a truly fitting place to have a funeral, and Alex Gow Funerals were absolutely brilliant in arranging it all.
Alex Gow Funerals, family funeral care since 1840.
Tick Africa, Egypt and Italy off your bucket list with TripADeal on a 40-day package from only $6,699 per person twin share. Cruise from Venice to Cape Town and search for elephants and lions on an African safari. Includes flights, accommodation, 30-night cruise and more. Reverse itinerary with 5-star extension option available. Book now. Call 1300 980 426 or visit tripadeal.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The revolutionary new Spinalese mattress has groundbreaking technology never seen before. One button controls the firmness perfectly. See it now at spinalese.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au.
The Continuous Call team, thanks to McDonald's. Get the McValue bundle today. All your favourites in one simple order for just $24.95. Available in-store, drive-through or delivery.
Back around the grounds, 26 points to nil. South Sydney leading the Warriors, and there's a minute and a half left in the first half. 26-0, South Sydney leading the Warriors at Suncorp Stadium. Lizzie Wilson's tuning into the program from Brisbane. Of course, Jimmy Wilson's sister. You hear Jimmy on 2GB Drive each and every weekday. Lizzie says every single woman has a secret bank account, Levy, to pay for the other half of what the hair costs, nails, toes and shoes.
Well, I found that out too.
I would have thought most women would think that every single bloke would have a separate account somewhere as well. You don't have one, girl. I'm surprised by that, Plato.
So you've got one Darling doesn't know about. Or didn't know about before. Well, you just said every single bloke, then he said, like, looked at me as if I should have one, but I don't have one.
I'm sure.
Where do you get your punching money from, Daryl?
The secret.
Honesty test, ladies and gentlemen, listeners across Australia. Have we got a little secret account?
I haven't got a secret account, but I've got my sports betting account. She doesn't know how much bank account. No, but sometimes it is.
What have you always got?
If I win.
What have you always got about 10G in there?
No.
I hope Kathy's listening this afternoon. You should see all the winners. He's back this afternoon, Kathy. He might have a nice little bit of jewellery coming your way. 131873, the number. Peter's at Menai. G'day, Pete.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Very well, thank you, mate. What do you got for us, bud?
All right, listen, I've got my credit card, but I never use cash at all. I always use a credit card, and I link it to my Qantas account. My wife and I went to Europe a couple of years ago. We stayed 2 nights in Dubai, where we were upgraded to a suite. We got our meals, all our drinks for 2 nights for nothing, and then 3 nights in Venice, all paid by clarify the points that we'd accrued on credit card.
Gee, that's all right. So you link the two and then you earn points along the way. I like the way you think, Pete, and it sounds like you've got a couple of nice trips out of it. Thanks, mate. Stay there. We'll send you a continuous call team. Buckle up bumper sticker. Tony's at Yowie Bay. G'day, Tony.
Yes, how are you?
All well, thank you, mate. What have you got for us?
I've got a solution for Flano's credit card. If it's my tap on my card doesn't work either, but if you insert the card into the machine, it seems to work.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you might be right because it actually works in. If I go to the bank and use the auto teller, it works there. But I was just disappointed. Old mate wouldn't give me any coffee this morning. So
you were looking for a free coffee.
No, I wasn't.
You were looking for a free.
I went and got one anyway, but I wasn't going to go into the lounge. I was just going to
How much did you
pay
pay
with
for
the
the one-
normal
how much-
people,
how much-
which you should do sometimes.
How much did you pay for the one you went and got?
No, I didn't have one.
No, how much did you pay for it?
No, I didn't.
You didn't pay for it?
No.
So you were looking for a free coffee?
Yes, you were. No, I went to the cafes outside, and then when they wouldn't take cash, I went into the Virgin Lounge and got a free coffee.
He walked up, he said, "Excuse me, I'm Shane Flanagan, coaching director for Papua New Guinea. Any chance of a free coffee?"
Coaching director for Papua New Guinea.
And then when they said, "Who cares?"
Coach of Macedonia. Premiership winning.
Then when they said,
Palace
"Who
Sharks,
cares?"
first one
They said 2GB, nah. Channel 9, nah. Fox League. Oh, there you go. Let him have a free one, yeah, please. 131873, the number. Thanks, Tony. Hey, guys, read the missus with joint accounts. My wife's motto is, "What's mine is mine, and what yours is mine." From Macca at Como West. Thank you, Macca. Appreciate it. 131873, 2GB.com, 4bc.com.au. Warriors in to score a try. It's South Sydney 26, Warriors 4. Kick to come from Reece Walsh out wide. 26 points to 4. We'll check the kick. South Sydney leading the Warriors.
Terry Shear, Australia's leading landlord insurance specialist, now provides cover for your holiday rental property too, covering you for theft, damage by tenants and loss of rental income. Terry Shear Holiday Rental Landlord Insurance. Get a quote today at terryshear.com.au or call 1-800-804-016. Don't rent your holiday property without it. Before buying this insurance issued by Vero Insurance, read the PDS and consider whether it's right for you. Go to terryshear.com.au for a copy. The TMD is also available.
Every minute, every hour, every day, Cancer Council Queensland is working towards a cancer-free future. A gift in your will to Cancer Council Queensland is a lasting legacy that provides hope for a cancer-free future. Through your will, you can help fund life-saving cancer research and support services for patients and their families. For your peace of mind and a cancer-free future, leave a gift in your will to Cancer Council Queensland. Please call 1300 663936 or visit cancerqld.org.au.
Life is busy around here, and a lot of things I can't control. But what I can control is my smart ducted system from Tritech Air Conditioning. With my Air Zone control, I can control the temperature in different rooms throughout the house with a touch of the screen. And with the My Place app, I can even cool my bedroom on my way home from work on a hot night.
For a ducted system in your home, trust Tritech Air Conditioning, a family business with 30 years experience. TritechAirConditioning.com.au. And remember, don't sweat it, Tritech it.
Times have changed, and now your business is changing too. With an EFTPOS terminal that gets you paid faster, no matter where you're selling, Zella is smarter payments for growing businesses. With simple setup, lower rates, reliable uptime, no locking contracts, and fast deposits, Zella helps your business grow. For smarter business payments, make the switch to Zella. Available at Officeworks stores and at myzella.com.
You're listening to the Continuous Call Team on 882 4BC. Thanks to McDonald's, Harvey Norman, Pilot, Ampol, and Cash Fitness.
Yeah, Reece Walsh, he nailed that kick from out wide to convert the try for the Warriors right on half-time. South Sydney 26, Warriors 6 at the break, 26 points to 6. South Sydney leading the Warriors. And Darryl, you were saying during the commercial break, Cody Walker with the little C next to his name, he's having a blinder in the first half.
He is. He's been a little bit off his... I think he's been a bit off his game the whole season, but today, that's the Cody Walker we're used to. He's been phenomenal. I think he threw the last pass for the first 3 tries. I think he put a kick through for the next one, and he was probably involved in the other one they scored. He's been fantastic for them today.
All right, so 26 points to 6, South Sydney leading the Warriors. That's at half-time at Suncorp Stadium. Now, look, I know a lot of blokes don't want to talk about it, but partner violence in this country is at epidemic proportions. Last year alone, police received a domestic violence call out every 2 minutes, and unfortunately,
those numbers grew. The Kia project wants to end the cycle of violence at a grassroots level, and they're calling for all Aussie men to do some of the heavy lifting and step into action to change the game.
Second
we
time
need
I've
to
done
start
that.
talking to our mates and educate our children. Call mates out on inappropriate comments and behaviour. Look for signs and talk to your daughters about self-worth and self-defence. Together, we can all make a difference, and you can find out more by logging onto the website kiaproject.com.au. That's KYUP project.com.au. Log onto the website and you'll see some of the work that they're doing at the Kia Project. And while we're talking about respect and everything else, I want to acknowledge the New South Wales Rugby League, which is holding its #Respect round this weekend, focusing on game day